Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution, and we got a World War III alert. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. You know, revolution is a way of life, and revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we got some revolutionary breakfast this morning in the House of Revolution. Salute, family. I appreciate the love. We got to get right into this World War III alert. We can't be distracted. We got to understand that the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, is a criminal, treasonous traitor. He's put our life in danger. So we now must know what's the reaction.
How reckless do you perceive President Biden's decision announced over the weekend, or whoever made the decision, probably more likely Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken, to allow the Ukrainians to use American offensive weaponry to strike inside of Russia?
You're right, Judge. It's almost certainly Blinken and Sullivan and some of the hardliners there. Reckless?
Those are the other ones.
Yeah, very reckless, but I would say feckless as well.
Salute, family.
Because it's not going to change anything. We've known that for some time. Most of the Russian facilities have been long since removed from the area that would be covered by ATACMS missiles. Those are 190 miles, okay? There are other indications that this is a sort of not reckless, but desperate move on the part of these satraps of Biden to see if they can provoke Putin into doing something really stupid. Now, my prediction is that Putin's a pretty smart guy. He's not going to be provoked. He's going to see how these things are used, if they are used, if they're used in Kursk or elsewhere. And then he's going to decide, well, you know, I'll just up the ante. I'll continue destroying what's left of the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. I may threaten to maybe take out a supply base in Poland or Romania, but I won't do that. Let's wait. This is clearly an effort to upstage Trump to make it more possible for him to deal on Ukraine. So let's keep our powder dry. Let's see what happens. We will not be provoked. That is my prediction.
What happens if the Russians attack the equipment, and the equipment is being installed, maintained, managed, operated, whatever verb you want to use, by Americans, and some of them get killed?
Well, if it's in Ukraine, that's fair game, isn't it? I mean,
yes, it is. Legally, it is. Yes,
they've been attacking that helter skelter, at will, and one has to realize that the air defense capability of Ukraine is nil, nichevo, and nada. Okay, so the Russians still have fair range to do what they want. This is going to make very little difference, except to allow Biden and his satraps to say, whoa, wait a second, we gave the Ukrainians everything they asked us for. Of course, Zelensky has been drumming on this. We need permission for this. So we gave them everything they needed, and look what happened. Trump comes in, and the Ukrainians lose to the bad Russians. That's the name of the game here. Putin is no dope. He sees it. So do the Trump people, who uncharacteristically are saying, well, this is really stupid to do this kind of thing. Uncharacteristically, because they would have felt compelled to be against these evil Russians back in 2016 at this stage.
Biden still has $7 billion remaining, Ray, of the $265 billion. These numbers are mind-boggling. Of the $265 billion that the Congress authorized, and according to the Wall Street Journal, I'll assume their sources are being accurate.
$250 billion.
Biden intends to spend all $7 billion. Now that's a lot of money, even for the Pentagon, to spend $3.5 billion.
Over $250 billion they stole from us in their money laundering scheme. These criminals need to go to jail in this Ukraine scam. Knew they was never going to be able to defeat no Russians. I've been told you that. How the hell are these people going to defeat the Russians? They can't defeat the Taliban. They barely got shoes at times and was passing one weapon to the, I shoot, then you shoot, then you shoot. How the hell they was going to beat the Russians? This is a scam, a hell of a scam. And they tell you they don't have no money for your goddamn lineage-based reparations. What? They just gave $250 billion to Ukraine for democracy. You see, I said this a long time ago. See, the reason they don't want to give you your reparations is because obviously they feel like democracy not on the line. Obviously, everybody running around here with these reparations platforms and shit like that. If you ain't putting democracy on the line, you ain't getting shit. You see, you got to put democracy on the line, obviously, for them to negotiate. That's serious goddamn business. Long as it's business as usual, they're not giving you shit. Seems like democracy got to be at stake, goddamn.
A month.
Well, Judge, $2 billion of that will go to Zelensky. $1 billion will go to Zelensky. Another $1 billion will go to the other satraps that are still there in Kiev. They'll put them on their aircraft and get out of Kiev as soon as Trump and Putin come to terms. $7 billion, by the time it gets into weaponry that we make here in the United States, it's not going to get there in time, number one. And it's just, more gravy for the military-industrial complex. And, if Biden doesn't understand that, well, maybe he does, and he's just trying to create the illusion that he did everything he possibly could for Ukraine. And look what Trump has done now. Made a deal with Russia. Trump is going to make a deal with Russia. It depends on how much the Russians are willing to be flexible on it. I think they will show more flexibility than they have in the past. But that's what Biden was trying to say. I did everything I could. The bad Russians were stymied by my authorizing of these ATACMS and these Storm Shadow missiles. And look, Trump came in and screwed the whole thing up.
You really think he is trying to create a wider conflagration so as to make Trump's entry into the White House complicated and even miserable?
Well, yes, and that's where reckless comes in. Putin is on record now saying that if these things are authorized, and if, as is the case, these things cannot be fired without sensitive technology authorized, some of it technology that belongs to companies in the United States, this will be a real problem. Okay, so what Putin is saying is, look, you'll be at war with us in effect, but in rhetoric that's important. So he'll have to react in some way. My prediction is he'll keep a cool head here. He'll say, all right, well, how are they going to use these things? What are they going to hit? Are they going to try to use them in Kursk when we have everyone surrounded? Well, let's wait and see, keep our powder dry, and hope that within the next 2 months, this feckless exercise, this really, really dangerous exercise can be allowed to expire. And I think he knows by back channel methods that Trump is against this kind of thing, and it will probably work out the kind of deal eventually, I'd say months into his administration.
Putin not going to let these people play good cop, bad cop with him. He don't give a damn about who is the bad cop, who the good cop. If they attack Russia, then they're going to pay regardless. He's not going to let Trump pretend to be the good guy while Biden pretend to be the maniac. Man, please.
Will there be a ceasefire? Will there be a disavowal of any intention to have Ukraine into NATO? And there will be some relief in the sanctions. Those are the conditions that Putin posed in June.
Here's Foreign Minister Lavrov warning about NATO allies in their fixation on trying to deal fatal blows to Russia. Chris, cut number 6.
Currently, the United States and its NATO allies persist in their fixation on dealing a decisive blow to Russia. They seem prepared to keep opposing our nation, using Ukraine as their last stand, so to speak. Simultaneously, Western nations are precariously teetering towards a direct military confrontation involving nuclear powers, carrying potential catastrophic outcomes.
Can Marco Rubio go toe-to-toe with a diplomat as well-grounded and universally respected as that?
Well, the obvious answer is no. It really depends on what instructions Rubio has. I think he's more a windsock than anything else now. Witness his change of tune on Ukraine. He'll do what Trump tells him to do. And the problem is, of course, that'll take 2 months before that kind of thing eventuates. There are other things, Judge, that, this North Korean aspect of it is ridiculous on its face. I mean, the Russians don't need North Korean troops to fight with them in Kursk. And yet, by all indications, they are there, okay? What are the Russians trying to prove? The Russians are trying to prove is, whoa, look, we've got allies here. We have a mutual defense treaty with North Korea. We Russians have been invaded in Kursk. They have come automatically to our aid. What does that mean? Not only for Europe, but what does that mean for the Korean Peninsula? What does that mean for the Far East? It means something. Meanwhile, the unitary state where Belarus and Russia are sort of joined at the hip,
right?
They have no mutual security, mutual defense treaty. But Lavrov mentioned on Halloween, October 31st, that they're working on it and they're almost concluding this mutual defense treaty. So what Putin is trying to do is just, look, you guys said NATO, well, that may be a shadow. We have a real defense commitment by North Korea, of all places, and Belarus. Last footnote here. There's been some verbiage in the New York Times about, the North Koreans still have not mastered the technology that they need to reach important sites in the United States with their intercontinental ballistic missiles. False. We know from 2 years ago, testing of a Topol M missile given to North Korea by Russia that has all those capabilities. It's mobile, it can't be found easily, and it can reach every spot, including Mar-a-Lago in Florida, with all kinds of sensitive decoys and everything else. So that's false. If people don't realize that already exists, and that the Russians, of all people, gave that to the North Koreans about 2 or 3 years ago, well, we're in trouble deep, because that's more dangerous than anything attackums can provoke from Russia.
Here's a report from Reuters, which just came out a few minutes ago.
You playing with North Korea?
The Kremlin said on Monday that Russia would respond to what it called a reckless decision by Joe Biden's administration to allow Ukraine to fire American missiles deep into Russia, which it said would draw the United States directly into the conflict. Now I'm going to quote Dmitry Peskov, the official spokesperson for President Putin. Quote, "It is obvious that the outgoing administration in Washington intends to take steps to continue adding fuel to the fire and continue to provoke tension around this conflict," closed quote, Mr. Peskov. No surprise there, Ray.
Yes, Judge. Curiously enough, on Saturday, so the day before this was announced in Washington about Biden approving these longer range strikes, the Russians mounted, I think it was unprecedented number of missile strikes on Ukraine, using every kind of missile in their arsenal, and destroyed a whole lot more of Ukrainians' infrastructure with respect to energy. Okay, now it's going to be a cold winter, and I hate the hell to see that this kind of thing is being inflicted on Ukrainian civilians. Right, but that's about the only thing they have left to hit. That is the Russians. That's what they'll continue doing. And with no air defense capability on the part of the Ukrainians, the Russians can do that at will. I think at very most, there's a remote possibility that the Russians or Putin will feel kind of honor bound to do something more drastic, but I think he would limit that to hitting maybe a base in Poland or Romania, from which these weapons pour in. I don't think he's going to do that. He's only got two months to wait. I think he will be very careful not to let this mousetrap him, this rhetorical flourish where Biden can blame the final defeat of Ukraine on Trump, not Biden, because Biden gave everything to Ukraine for as long as it took, and then Biden went into the Western sunset. So that's the name of the political game. What Blinken and Sullivan expect to get from this, it's really, really strange. It's crazy, but a lot of stuff these people have been doing is downright crazy. I just can't explain what
Gambling.
What goes into that. Do they really want to risk a wider war? Well, it looks like they don't give a rat's patootie about risking a wider war.
Yeah, the
That's
stated purpose of this.
That's treason, because these people preach democracy to us. The American people overwhelmingly voted for peace. That was on the ballot. No more war. We don't want our money going to fund these endless wars. We definitely don't want World War III. Trump said he's going to put an end to that. We voted for that. And what do these Democrats do? Show us they don't give a rat's ass about no democracy. Swindlers, con men, thieves. And the Zionists control these cowards. And we know the small hats, they hate Russia.
Is to deter North Korea. I don't know how this deters North Korea. I mean, is Biden trying to start a war with North Korea?
No, this is
They hate North Korea because they don't control the banking system. I tell you, it's only a few countries left. They don't control the bank. It's maybe seven countries on this planet. And Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger, they finna join. So it's finna be maybe 10 countries on this planet. They don't control their banking system. North Korea is one. Syria is one. Cuba is one. Venezuela is one. Russia's one. China is one. It's a thing that we see here. If you resisting those small hats, then it got to be you a problem.
Pretext, Judge. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when there was talk about North Korean troops coming in, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then there was this isolated report.
Did they ever show up, Ray?
Well, I have to assume, since everybody's saying it, including the Japanese prime minister and the Koreans and everyone else, I think there are North Korean troops in Russia and probably in the Kursk Oblast. But number one, they're not needed. And number two, this is just Putin's way of demonstrating, look, we got allies. We got very powerful allies. Look at the North Korean army. And if you haven't really analyzed North Korea's ICBM capability right now, you might want to do that too, because that's on the record. Who was it? Tony Sullivan. So we're going to look into that. That was almost 2 years ago when they fired these test missiles that are identical to very, very sophisticated Russian ICBMs.
Transferring over to Israel, it seems as though President-elect Trump's national security team, well, almost as though, I can't imagine this is literally true, was picked by Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, with the exception of Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, Mike Huckabee. These are all committed arch Zionists.
That's correct, Judge. I was asked on a program yesterday, were they picked because they're arch Zionists or because they're real close to the president, the incoming President Trump? And I said, that's really kind of a distinction without a difference. It's this one and the same. Now, you said, except for Tulsi Gabbard, I regret to tell our audience that she's full in with these Zionists.
Wow.
I thought that maybe she changed her tune the last year or so, but
I thought she had as well. I'm so disappointed to hear that.
No, I've done a little bit of research, and she's been at this for a long time. She's very much in with the Zionists, and this is the big black mark on her record as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, it's unanimous on Israel. On Ukraine and other things like that, we have more sensibility, particularly on the part of Gabbard. But it's a very bleak situation. And the problem is how Netanyahu will try to exploit this. He's already doing so. Whether Trump will just let himself be manipulated by Netanyahu as Biden and all his predecessors were, that remains to be seen.
Who will manipulate whom? Will Trump manipulate Netanyahu, or will Netanyahu manipulate Trump?
Again, Judge, I think that's a distinction without a difference. They both see eye to eye on Israel predominating that part of the world. It's not going to change anytime soon until Trump realizes this is a fool's errand, that all the Arab countries and also Iran are really going to back whoever is contending with Israel. The Yemenis, the Houthis, for God's sake, have sophisticated missilery that can complete the blockade of the Red Sea. And so, you know, if Trump is a realist, it's going to be a conflicting strain in his thinking, because Bibi Netanyahu is not willing to settle for anything but full victory. And his military itself and our military are going to be telling Trump, look, I hope they'll be telling Trump, God knows who they picked to be in the military. If they're professional soldiers, they'll say, Trump, this is not a good idea. Iran has capabilities we never dreamed of. They're going to enter the fray if Israel attacks Iran. As I've been saying, the fly in the ointment here is Iran's nuclear program. Are they developing a nuclear weapon? Now, ever since 2007, the intelligence community has been saying, no, they stopped working on a nuclear weapon at the end of 2003 and have not resumed that work. Now, there's a lot of rhetoric in Iran itself, and well, maybe we should start doing that. If Netanyahu wants to do this, he could easily go do more charts and say, look, 2 weeks. Even Tony Blinken says just 2 weeks before they get a nuclear weapon, we're going to zap them now. That would be suicide, because Iran has the capability to destroy Israel, a capability they have not enjoyed in the past.
I gather that Dmitry Peskov is speaking as we are, because here's his latest statement. This decision is reckless, dangerous, aimed at a qualitative change, a qualitative increase in the level of involvement of the United States in this conflict. That, if Dmitry Peskov says it, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, that means that Vladimir Putin has authorized it.
Well, yeah, that's right. But Putin said the same thing on the 12th of September.
Right.
He said this changes.
This is Putin through Peskov after the announcement was made yesterday.
Right. But before the announcement, namely on the 12th of September, Putin said exactly the same thing. This changes the whole business here. If these longer range missiles are authorized, there will be a whole change, and we will have to weigh the consequences. Those were pretty much his words. Now that came on the 12th of September. On the 13th of September, Biden had the good sense to deny the use of Storm Shadow missiles by Britain when Keith Starmer came into the White House to talk to him, and that didn't stick, because now they're trying to give Zelensky everything he demands, and Zelensky has been very, very positive, very aggressive, and demanding precisely these things. Biden, in a simplistic way, doesn't want to go out of the presidency with any charges of him having denied Ukraine as much as they need, as much as it takes, for as long as it takes. And that's why these Blinken and Sullivans played on that. And rest assured that this is a qualitative change. But my point is that Putin already said that. How Putin will react, I don't think he's going to be provoked. I think he will see it for what it is. Besides that, there are a limited number of ATACMS and HIMARS, and they have limited range. So most of the Russian facilities have long since been moved out of range, and the range of these ATACMS is just 190 miles. Look at the map. They're nowhere near Moscow or any major facilities.
A Russian lawmaker named Maria Butina, B-U-T-I-N-A, said the following to Reuters. Biden's administration is trying to escalate the situation to the maximum while they still have power and are still in office. I have great hope that Trump will overcome this decision if this has been made, because they are seriously risking the start of World War III, which is not in anybody's interest.
I have met Maria Butina. She was the one, you may recall, Judge, that was wrapped up on flimsy pretenses as being a Russian agent because she was pushing NRA type things, and it was just really concocted. She was kept in prison. I went to her arraignment. It was shameful, and then she was let out and went back to Russia and became a member of their Duma. So she speaks with some knowledge of what the U.S. will and what it wants to do. And I think she's right on base here in saying that, this is something that they're trying to blame eventually the Trump administration, because the die is cast. Russia is winning, despite all the assurances from CIA Director Bill Burns and National Intelligence Director Avril Haines a year and a half ago. No, Putin has not lost, Avril. Bill, Putin has pretty much won. Now, will he accelerate his advance to the Dnieper River? Why? It's just working just fine. Very few Russian troops are being killed. He's going to just keep going. What do they call it? You just chip by chip by chip. And meanwhile, since Ukraine has no air defense, these missiles will keep raining down, because far from running out of missilery, as Avril Haines claimed a year and a half ago, Russia has all the missiles that they can do strikes such as they did Saturday night, every other week if they wish to. And it's going to be a very cold winter in Kiev, from which I take no pleasure, but that is the retaliation that I expect from Putin.
Thank you very much, Ray McGovern. Always a pleasure.
Hi, everybody. Today is Monday, November 18th. Larry is here with us. Welcome back, Larry.
I'm back. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's start, Larry. Let's get started with what's going on in Washington. The Biden administration has decided to let Ukrainians use ATACMS against Russians. And here is what BBC reported on the issue.
I think we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Will they change the course of the war? Probably not, but they are a significant new development, probably one of the most significant changes in US policy in the last year or so. Initially, we understand they are going to be used only in the Kursk region. That is the area inside Russia that Ukrainian forces have held since August. And I think it's an indication that Washington is happy to allow or to assist Ukraine to hold on to that territory, possibly ahead of peace negotiations sometime next year. What the attackers can do is that they can attack targets deep inside Russia, the kind of logistics and support facilities that the Russians need to mount an effective counteroffensive in Kursk. It will probably complicate their efforts and complicate the use of the North Korean troops too, because this is a pretty fearsome weapon capable of doing a great deal of damage. And so I think the hope is that this will make it possible for the Ukrainians to cling on there in Kursk for the time being. The Ukrainians obviously hope that they will be able to use it more widely in the future, perhaps in other parts of the eastern front line. But it's worth bearing in mind that the Ukrainians don't have a huge number of these missiles, so they're going to have to use what they have pretty carefully. And the other thing that Pentagon officials have been pointing out for weeks now is that the Russian planes that carry the bombs, the glide bombs that do so much damage to the Ukrainian front line, those aircraft are now based well outside the range of the attackers, even further inside Russia. So it's unlikely that it'll have an effect on that side of the military campaign.
Yeah, your take, Larry.
The man's the human equivalent of a manure wagon, completely full of animal excrement. I mean, it's just nonsense. Number one, the range of these missiles, about 190 miles, let's call it 200 miles. That's not deep inside of Russia, okay? For God's sake. Are these people that ignorant of geography? Look at a map. Russia covers 11 time zones. Going 6 time zones, that'd be deep. This is all still on the periphery. That's number one. Number two, that these missiles are going to disrupt Russia's logistics supply, line of communications for the logistics. Again, just nonsensical. They haven't been able to do it yet. Attacking on Russian territory with NATO supplied troops and weapons, that is an act of war, and Putin's made it clear. If you do that, we're gonna treat you guys as that you're at war with us, and this will escalate. We now get sort of the understanding of why they've been pushing for now more than a month and a half. North Korea's got troops there. Because look, the fact of the matter is, if NATO is going to help Ukraine kill North Koreans with U.S. supplied weapons, North Korea is going to view that maybe as an act of war. You've attacked us. You've attacked our people. Do you think that if Americans walking around in Syria, as they are now, and they get attacked by Iraqi militia units or Revolutionary Guard units or whatever you want to call them that are linked to Iran, that the United States would not see that as an attack by Iran? Of course. So, I mean, this is frustrating on so many levels because, one, they're using the lies that the North Koreans are there fighting. They're not. Nobody's offered any credible evidence to substantiate that, but that's part of why the story was created, in order to justify these kinds of actions. We cannot rule out that within the military side of the house making decisions and within the intelligence side of the house that they genuinely believe that they can do whatever they want to Russia and Russia will not retaliate because Russia is weak. That they really believe this. I just read an article in the Times of Israel by a retired Israeli Defense Force intelligence chief, and he was making the same point about the Israelis in terms of their view of Hamas. They decided that Hamas was weak, incompetent, inept, unable to do anything, and that because they believed that, when they got reports that Hamas was going to attack on October 7th, they couldn't believe it. Can't be true. It's like telling me that pigs are going to fly. And then what happened? Oh, October 7th, boom. Israel got punched in the snout. Same thing's going on here in Russia, in terms of the Western view of Russia. Russia suffered catastrophic losses. Russia's on the brink. Vladimir Putin's hanging on by a thread. There's growing unrest and unhappiness with Putin. the war is proceeding slowly. It's all garbage. It's all more, us telling ourselves what we want to hear in the West without anybody sitting down and taking an objective measure of what's actually going on. And when you fail to correctly analyze what's going on, you can actually create a really big problem. And if my first inclination when I heard this was, I think it was just more of the propaganda nonsense being put out, that they're not really going to do it. Because we've had, hey, Trump called Putin. It turns out he didn't. Musk met with the Iranian ambassador. That's what we were told on Friday. It appeared to be legitimate. There were some Iranian sources initially that confirmed it. Iranian foreign ministry was out saying, no, didn't happen. So you got all this misinformation being put out. And maybe this is just one other example of it, designed for more of a psychological effect, as opposed to having any practical effect. I mean, that BBC guy, they fired. This isn't the first time they fired ATACMS. They have fired ATACMS. The Ukrainians have. Hasn't changed the war at all. Ukraine is losing. That's a reality.
If we assume that the news is just the way that it is, and the Biden administration decided to do that, how about the main reason behind this decision? Larry, I don't know if you remember when we were talking about the ATACMS earlier this year. In those days, they were talking about modifying the reach of these ATACMS to 900, 800 kilometers. I don't know if any of those ATACMS they sent them to Ukraine so far. I haven't seen any sort of report on that.
Well, no, but look, I haven't. Let's remember the other problem here. The United States doesn't have an unlimited supply of ATACMS missiles. They're not able to produce them at a rate that they can replace what's being used or has been used. And Israel's got a demand on them, I would think. Israel is first in line, the beloved stepchild. The Ukrainians are the redheaded stepchild. Nobody likes them compared to Israel. So, it's not like the United States is sitting there with this enormous reservoir that they can be tapped. But again, you come back militarily, it does not accomplish anything. It can cause some damage. It can blow up some buildings, bring down a bridge, maybe. Okay, that's called war. Step back and look at what's happening right now on a daily basis in Ukraine. Russia is moving at a pace of about 3 to 4 kilometers per day forward. They're taking village after village after village.
Salute, Queen.
They're forming up cauldrons where they are encircling Ukrainian forces and forcing them to either flee, surrender, or die. And it's not just in one place, it's in multiple locations. Same up in Kursk. Whatever Ukraine's goal in Kursk is, ostensibly to hang on to some territory, to use it as a bargaining chip with Russia. Russia's not going to bargain that. They're not going to negotiate over that. They're going to kill them all, kill them or capture them, drive them out. There's no other, peaceful solution to it. The West is, we got to freeze the conflict. The only thing that's going to freeze are the Ukrainians in these unheated apartments with no electricity. That's what's going to freeze as winter comes on now. So this is, the West is without a strategy, and what we're seeing is just flailing about. It's like one of those scenes from that movie, for the movie Titanic, where all the passengers got dumped into the water and they're splashing and thrashing and trying to get into a lifeboat and trying to find something to float on. That's the West right now.
And how about the decision? What's behind this decision? Are they going to put Trump in a position with no exit for him, because if they start attacking Russia deep into the Russian soils? Let's assume that would be possible. You mentioned that it's not possible, but let's assume that. How about the position of Donald Trump right after his administration taking office in Washington?
If they launch deep into Russia, this thing would escalate to a nuclear war, and the United States would get wiped out, and Donald Trump will not get inaugurated. Okay, I mean it's going to be that simple. These Westerners make this mistake of thinking that Putin is weak, because the United States has done a lot of provocations. You know, we're going back to the involvement at that Crocus City Hall terrorist attack more than a year ago. But, you know, mistaking Putin's patience for weakness is where the West, many of the policymakers and intelligence folks in the West have getting it wrong. And so one of these days, you know, if the ATACMS are used in such a way that it does, you know, kill some Russian civilians, not just right there along the border, but farther inland, then I think we're in a whole new ballgame. And in Russia, because there is political pressure on Putin to do something and not just stand there and accept this. And frankly, the West, with the rhetoric, what they're saying about Russia, it's just out of control. I mean, we're the warmongers, not Russia. We're the ones aiding and abetting the slaughter of Ukrainians, and it's got to stop. But I think the only thing that's going to stop us is if we end up suffering some catastrophic losses, and that may be in the cards.
What do you expect from the Europeans? Are they going to follow Washington? As we know that the new administration is not happy with this decision.
I expect nothing of the Europeans. They're a mess. The euro is losing purchasing power. Germany's in an economic downward spiral. The United Kingdom is a legacy colonial empire with no punch, no might, no power. You know, they've for several years they were using their status as a financial center, London, but even that's starting to slip away. You know, they don't have a unified vision. They try to pretend. You know, Macron and Starmer get together, but you know, they need Ukraine because Ukraine has all these resources that Europe doesn't have, and Europe wants to control those. And Europe has essentially lent a lot of money, accepted a lot of debt on behalf of trying to win in Ukraine. And they can't come. They're having trouble coming to the grips that they're going to lose. They're going to lose it all. They are once again like that degenerate gambler in the casino who's bet all of his money and taken out, loans, promising to pay back, and still loses at the blackjack table. And the realization is dawning upon him, oh my God, number one, I can't pay back the loan, and those two big burly guys in the corner are going to come over and break my knees. That's Europe. It is. I like people from Europe. I despise the European structure and government, their arrogance, their insistence on pushing very, very, very strange policies and not accepting responsibility for their own really criminal actions in the world when we talk about the colonial legacy. You know, what France, England, Germany, principally, but even the Dutch and the Netherlands, what they've done to countries in Africa and Asia, despicable.
Yeah. Here is what Rob Bauer, the chairman of NATO Military Committee, said last week, Larry.
Or if the Russians did not have nuclear weapons, we would have been in Ukraine, kicking them out. We would have. But they have nuclear weapons, so it's not the same as in Afghanistan.
Laurie, when you hear this type of rhetoric on the part of NATO, and right now they're talking about letting Ukraine hitting targets deep into the Russian soil, how do they feel in Russia, in your opinion? Because at the end of the day, if they want some sort of negotiation, some sort of talks, these type of rhetorics are not helping that situation to reach out, to reach to that sort of conditions.
Well, I mean, let's start with his statement. If Russia didn't have nuclear weapons, man, we'd be in Russia. Hey, if I was 6'9", I could be playing basketball, but I'm not. So deal with reality. And the reality is you just acknowledge that Russia has nuclear weapons. It is a nuclear power. So why, in God's name, are you wanting to get into a fight with them? Why are you pursuing military options when you know that they could use those nuclear weapons to destroy you? Why are you doing this? I mean, that's what people need to ask. It's irrational. It is. When you go back and look at the history of this over the last 25 years, go back to 1999. At no point in that period did you have Vladimir Putin talking like Adolf Hitler, where he's ranting and raving, and we must have Lebensraum, we must move to the west and capture territory. We don't have enough territory. Never. Never. The only ones that were constantly talking about pushing the military towards another was the West pushing it towards Russia. And in 2008, we would have bring in Ukraine and Georgia as members. And screw you, Russia. We don't care what you say. We don't care what you think. Oh, yeah, you wanted to join us? No, we're not going to have you part of our club because we got to have you as an enemy so we can justify trillion-dollar defense budgets. That's how sick this thing is. This has nothing to do with some noble principle of protecting freedom or upholding democracy or respecting the human rights of individuals. Man, this is about greed. This is about getting control of Ukraine's resources and Russia's resources and teaching Russia a lesson. How dare you not submit yourself to us because we're superior? How dare you?
Absolutely.
Putin and company are going, okay, we're not going to deal with these people anymore. And say if you continue to attack us, you'll suffer the consequences. That's where we're headed.
What's so amazing to me, Larry, it seems that in the eyes of the NATO countries, if Russia, let's assume that Russia didn't have any nuclear weapons, if they go into Russia, it seems that they're thinking that they're going to fight just with Russia. There is no allies out there with Russia. Other countries would help Russia. They're not going to let Russia alone, just fighting all of these NATO countries together. How do you see that? Is that going to be, if they were able to do that, it was just Russia against them, or Russia had some sort of allies helping?
Well, you know, Russia has developed, let's call it sort of a military relationship with China. But China's not in any real position, you know, what, going to send, there's not going to be a ground invasion of Russia. I mean, the West, I don't think the West is that crazy. It's not even a matter of being crazy. They don't have the ability. They don't have the soldiers. They don't have the equipment. They don't have the logistics to be able to do it and sustain it. What Russia is doing is forming more of a diplomatic international coalition. So yes, it has military cooperation with North Korea and has had such for 75 years. It's signing a defense agreement with Iran. That's taking place. It's conducting joint military exercises with China, not only with China on a bilateral basis, but they conduct them every year with Iran, as an example. So Russia correctly recognizes that the future lies with the global South. That's where the majority of the people live. That's where these nations that have been consistently and routinely exploited by the West, the colonial empires, are now saying, "Hey, we're going to come into our own. We're not going to submit to this anymore."
Yeah. Here is, Larry, an article yesterday in the Jerusalem Post. It says the southern part of Lebanon is actually the northern Israel.
Yeah. Well, hell, you had Smotrich, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, claim that not only Lebanon, southern Lebanon, all of Lebanon, part of Syria, part of Iraq, part of Saudi Arabia, that's all greater Israel. Well, these guys are locusts on crack. They just want to consume everything around them. It's really it could almost be classified as a mental ailment, psychological flaw.
As we talk, we know that there is an intense confrontation between Hezbollah and Israelis in the southern part of Lebanon. It seems this time they've sent their elite forces to the southern part of Lebanon. So far, we haven't seen any sort of news coming out of there showing that they're advancing in that region. How do you see right now the situation on the part of Israelis? Are they, if their elite forces, they cannot advance in the southern part of Lebanon, what would be their next strategy?
Withdrawal, ultimately. They're going to get to a point where they've taken so many casualties. So there's reports in the Israeli press about senior government ministers who are losing their sons or dying. One has lost like 3 kids. So Israel's not a big place. And I've always tried to get people to say, let's put this into a context you can understand. So right now, since October 7th of 2023, Israel's had about 1,000 soldiers killed in action. Now, Israel is a country of about 7 million people, roughly. And that's about the same size as the city of New York City. So can you imagine the reaction in New York City if in 1 year, or a little over 1 year, you had more than 1,000 of your police officers killed in battles raging around the city? Oh, that would be, people would be going crazy. It would be seen as, terrible, terrible losses. I don't think they lost that many on 9/11 between police and fire. They lost, I think, like 500, 600. Okay. And we saw how devastated they were then. Well, Israel's just as devastated, if not more so, over this loss. So they're not going to be able to sustain it for long. And there's along with the human casualties, they're losing equipment, losing tanks, bulldozers, armored personnel carriers. And for what? What is the purpose? Well, the purpose is to drive out Hezbollah and disarm Hezbollah. Ain't gonna happen. It's not, they couldn't do it in 2006. Gallant, with all of his faults, was correct in warning Netanyahu not to do this, that Israel would not be able to accomplish the military objective. But they've convinced themselves that Hezbollah is on its last legs, and all you got to do is push a little harder, and Hezbollah will collapse. So they're going to learn. They're going to learn the hard way.
Does Netanyahu care about the political situation of Israel right now in that region, or all they concern is Donald Trump being in office and helping them to achieve their goals?
Well, apparently Trump's election has been received with elation and joy. Now they get to take the West Bank and keep that too, but they're becoming more isolated. Up to this point, the UK has been willing to send weapons to them. There's more and more physicians and relief workers, leaders of relief agencies are showing up to testify before Parliament and other British outlets, and it's not helping Israel's image at all. So you're seeing Israel moving towards becoming much more isolated. And when Trump takes over, it's not going to mean the United States is beloved and everyone's, it's actually going to increase the isolation, in my view, because the United States, a lot of the rest of the world doesn't like Donald Trump.
How about Donald Trump's people right now, his team right now? How do you find it in the United States? Is he going? There are a lot of discussions right now about Gates. What's the problem with him right now, and why? Mostly, I found it the Republicans are concerned about him as well.
Well, I wouldn't say most Republicans. Some Republicans are, and a lot of the usual characters. Look, there's no denying that these people that Trump is populating his foreign policy and the national security bureaucracy with are hardline, let's call them war hawks in their own right. They're not eager so much to start a war, except they do want to take out Iran. They'd sort of like to figure a way to get along with Russia, but they do got to take out China. And so they're both ill-informed, uneducated, ignorant on some of these key points. They've adopted a particular ideological point of view. And I know some, such as Brian Berletic, believe that they're going to drive the bus and Donald Trump will be a passenger in the back. I personally don't believe that, but they definitely bring a bias to the table, and a bias that's not good. But, as I've said, Trump ran on being an anti-war president. And if he's lying about that, and then he gets in and actually does it, his presidency's over. He will have destroyed his credibility once and for all. And the people will be walking away from it. So we'll see what, there's no denying that people like Gates and Marco Rubio and Michael Waltz have very strong militaristic views about, particularly with China. That's where China and supporting Israel at any cost. But actually, the notion that let's say Kamala Harris had won and that she would have selected a bunch of people who were not pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. Has anybody paid attention to the last 4 years? For God's sake, that it's been as pro-Zionist as you can get. with Anthony Blinken being called Netanyahu's lawyer. So, let's stop trying to pretend that, oh, Donald Trump's doing something so radically different from what Joe Biden did. No, it's just more of the same. The question is, are they going to continue to allow Israel to destroy itself? Because I think Trump has enough of a concern about Israel surviving that he's not going to necessarily let them commit suicide if he can have anything to do with it. I think, the video clip you played last week, where Trump admitted that, hey, the biggest problem in negotiating a peace deal was not the Palestinians, it's the Israelis, it's Netanyahu. They're the problem. So he understands that. Now, is he going to do anything about that? Remains to be seen. I mean, I'm not going to waste my breath over the next 2 months saying, oh, Trump's going to do this and Trump's going to do that. We don't know what Trump, we know what Trump is capable of doing, both good and bad, but we're not going to know it until it actually that moment gets here. What I'm more worried about is that Joe Biden may end up starting World War III, or not Biden per se, but the people around him. It's sort of they're going to bring it all, set it on fire and bring it all crashing down.
In your opinion, Donald Trump is willing to send the United States troops to help Israel, or he's going to inform Netanyahu, if you're not willing to have a deal with Lebanese, with Gazans, with Palestinians, we're not going to be there to help you militarily. Is it going to be the case, or he's not going to be that tough on Netanyahu?
He may actually be tougher on Netanyahu than Biden. You can't rule that out, because Trump hasn't forgotten that Biden, in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 election, was one of the first ones out of the box to, show up and congratulate Joe Biden. Trump, I think, sort of saw that as a betrayal, particularly after all that Trump thought he had done for Israel. I don't see Trump or anybody else sending U.S. troops. We've already got some troops there operating the THAAD air defense system, but that's all they can do. They can operate that system. But what I find really interesting is that up to this point, Iran, despite previous promises to retaliate, has backed off. They don't appear to be pursuing that now, and there's something going on behind the scenes diplomatically. Similarly, Israel is, they came out the other day with this report. Oh boy, we destroyed an Iranian nuclear missile factory. No, they didn't. It's a lie. But you got to ask yourself, okay, why are they coming out now and saying that? Are they sort of prepping that they know that there's going to be actually a diplomatic deal coming down the road, and they want to be able to say, we negotiated from a position of strength. We hurt them, and they've now surrendered. It's just trying to manage the message.
Yeah. And about when it comes to Iran and Israel, you said that Iranian officials are just rejecting that they were negotiating with Elon Musk in New York. But how about if that was the case? And they talk with Elon Musk.
I don't know why.
Because in Washington, they're saying the same thing. It seems that they want to just reject the negotiations, but it seems to me that happened. I don't know how do you feel about it?
Well, I don't know if it happened or not. We know what the initial report was. Then the Iranian Foreign Ministry came out and strongly denied it. Now, maybe they're denying it because it really is going on, and they just don't want that to be accepted in public in Iran for whatever reason.
Exactly. I would point
Yeah, that may be it. There's, we don't know. What would be hopeful is that, yes, Trump is talking to the Iranians, and they're what would be the outlines of the deal? The outlines of the deal would be, we will secure a Palestinian state for the Palestinians, in exchange for your assurance and allow open inspection that you will not get a nuclear weapon, and that you will recognize Israel as a legitimate nation, and that Israel will recognize you as a legitimate nation, and we will impose peace. There's a variety of things that could be done. It could be negotiated. It's not going to be easy, and it very well could fall apart at any point. But I could see Iran being willing to engage and enter into such a deal. On the other hand, Iran's got a lot more options now than it did 2 years ago, by virtue of its joining BRICS and the growing relationship with Russia and with China and with, frankly, other members of the global South. So Iran's not in a situation of being isolated like it was, whereas Israel is. And Israel's starting to face pressure of other countries simply not wanting to do business with it because of what it's doing in murdering people in Lebanon and in the West Bank and in Gaza and Syria, for that matter.
Yeah. Just to wrap it.
Here we have Fox News. What is Fox News saying? Biden under fire for Ukraine escalation. Nobody knows where this is going. This Fox News saying Biden is a treasonous traitor. Trump was just preaching peace. Why are you escalating and taking us to World War III? I was shocked when I seen this. So this is the move. And then I looked into the messages just to see what the mood of the audience was, and all of them saying they voted for peace. Biden is a traitor. Nobody wanted war.
In the meantime, another Fox News alert. President Biden attending his final G20 summit in Brazil at any moment. Man, look at the beautiful shots of Rio.
Yeah, this after the president signed off on Ukraine's use of long-range U.S. weapons inside Russia called ATACMS.
Lucas Tomlinson is live from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Hey, Lucas.
Well, good morning, Ainsley. Good morning, guys. This is something that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has been begging President Biden for years now. And it's notable that specific type of American missile, as you mentioned, Brian, the ATACMS, have been used to strike Crimea in the past, but there were restrictions on using them inside Russia no longer. Now, Zelensky had been complaining for a little while now that only 10% of the weapons that Congress approved, remember that $60 billion package, only 10% of the weapons in that package has arrived into Ukraine. Now, speaking of arrival, President Biden arrived here in Rio last night. It's notable, guys, there was no red carpet rolled out for his arrival, as we're about to see here. Now, China's President Xi Jinping was afforded that honor. Biden attended an economic summit in Peru before coming here, where China was given the rare honor of a
humiliated. See, he's been humiliated in South America. They didn't. Well, that's why he wanted to blow up today. That's why he wanted the world to blow up, because he was humiliated in South America. Remember, we seen China just open a big international port in Peru. Oh, goods gonna be shipped all throughout Asia from South America, and less half the time if you were dealing with the United States. So here they having a big meeting in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Biden, no red carpet, quietly coming. Probably, sent a taxi driver. Hey, meet us over here. No, but when Xi Jinping, the president, the China came, roll out the ring. This is so humiliating. That's her body, like, oh, attack Russia. I want China to attack. Yeah, boy, you go to the nursing home, man. Go trying to kill everybody.
A state visit. Biden was not. Brazil is also extending that same honor to Chinese President Xi. Here in Rio, not Biden. Today, Biden will attend meetings here in Rio on global hunger and have a reception with world leaders at an art museum. Putin is not here, of course. Now, officials say Biden has signed off on this limited counterstrike, allowing Ukraine to use American missiles with a range of up to 90 miles that come in single warhead and also cluster munitions. The goal is to hit North Korean soldiers that have deployed to Russia, specifically the Kursk region, and only this area inside Russia where Ukraine launched its incursion back in August. Now, Ukraine is forbidden, Brian, to use these missiles, American missiles, elsewhere.
Well, Ukraine launched its incursion. That's called propaganda, buddy. You mean when Ukraine invaded Russia? We see Russia say they launched an incursion. No, disastrous invasion. But Ukraine just made a little incursion. That sounds like a Boy Scout group. It's a little incursion into the mountains. What?
Biden's decision to use these longer-range missiles comes one day after Russia launched one of its largest attacks on Ukraine since the start of this war, firing over 200 missiles and drones. Those drones from Ukraine, of course, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, where winter has already arrived. Now, yesterday, Biden became the first sitting president to visit the Amazon.
I'm proud to be here. The first sitting U.S. president to visit the Amazon rainforest. History is literally watching us now. So let's preserve this secret place for our time and forever, for the benefit of all humanity.
After losing the 1912 election, Theodore Roosevelt made an ill-fated trip along the Amazon, almost killed him. Now, pretty soon, going back to Ukraine, you could have American weapons being fired by Ukraine to kill North Korean soldiers inside Russia, guys.
That's a lie.
Lucas, there's a story out. Bloomberg's got a story this morning that North Korea, we know they've sent at least 3,000 troops to help Russia. Bloomberg says there's a possibility they could send up to 100,000.
Right, they can send 1 million if they want to. It's none of your damn business.
That's right, Steve. That's the big concern here. President Biden met with South Korea's president in Peru. The South Korean president's already on the ground here in Rio as well. This has certainly been concerning for South Korea and certainly for the president. It was very clear when we spoke to Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner that the deployment of these North Korean forces, which could be up to 100,000 inside Russia, that was the game changer, and that's what changed the White House and President Biden's calculus.
Lucas, I think it has a lot to do with who won the election, too. Because he only has 2 months to put
he got to start World War III because North Koreans is allegedly in Russia. These people is out of their mind, and nobody buying the bullshit.
His agenda forward. But thanks so much.
Well,
the ATACMS go 190 miles an hour.
No question, Brad.
375 pounds of explosives. It'll be big, but we need our allies to do the same thing. They're waiting for our go-ahead to lift restrictions. But now the UK, Germany, everybody's got to go in there because you put 100,000 men into that fight to a country that has lost about 700,000. The estimates are Russia lost 700,000 off the battlefield, 250,000 dead. It's a stunning number, but they don't care about their people. They put in the poor, the ones without influence, and they basically tell them, now you got to go. And according to General Keane, they're out of incentive. They're out of money. Right. They were paying them extraordinary amount of money. So if your kid died in the fight, you would get some money. Now all of a sudden they're drying up there. So
how do you know how many are killed? Since you can't really trust.
If that's the number they give, you got to figure it's probably a lot bigger than that.
I mean, they're rough estimates, but Russians don't push back on it.
He said, if that's the number they give, who give? Russia not told you they lost 250,000 people. That's a lie. 700,000 wounded. No, Ukraine lost 1 million. See, these dudes are propagandists right here. But who cares? The headlines say Biden under fire for Ukraine escalation. Why the hell are y'all pushing this propaganda? This is not what the people in the comment section want. These people, y'all are pushing lies. Ain't no y'all scared of North Korea. Stop speaking on Kim Jong-un before your missile come to the U.S. Y'all need to stop playing with that man.
Well, so we're at a point where everybody would love a ceasefire or an end to it. But what type of leverage do you have when Trump gets in and talks? If right now they're taking land and they're holding on to a little bit of Russian land, but if they could get on the offensive and when Putin comes to the table, when Trump takes over, then Zelensky has a better chance of holding on to more of his property.
Well, Donald Trump ran on wrapping it up as quickly as he can. So I don't think he really cares what the Biden administration does, because on day one, he's going to do stuff his way. His national security advisor.
I think that in doing a deal, he wants Zelensky to have as much leverage as possible, because Putin is going to be less apt to do a deal if he feels as though momentum and everything else is on his side.
They said they won't talk until after the inauguration.
I've heard contours of what he's talking about with both Putin and Zelensky, and that it sounds like ultimatums to both of them. So it's like, okay, let's wrap this up, which means less fighting. Anyway, Brian talked to Michael Waltz, this current congressman from the great state of Florida. He is the president's pick for NSA, and he had this observation about how Russia is escalating, which is not good for anybody.
It's another step up the escalation ladder, and nobody knows where this is going. North Korea is unleashing ballistic missiles, artillery, now tens of thousands of soldiers. The administration responds by lifting this restriction. North Korea sends more soldiers. South Korea is now saying it may get engaged. China is buying oil from Iran for pennies of the dollar.
South Korea, them puppies, they want to die too. See? South Korea, you got to get in this fight. You see, this is disgusting. What the hell South Korea got to do with this? Well, North Korea is in Russia. This is disgusting, man. He's going to get people killed playing these dumbass games. South Korea is a puppet nation under flunkies ruled by the U.S.
Iran is using that to send missiles and drones into Russia that is then hitting Ukrainian critical infrastructure. So this is a development, but it's a tactical one. President Trump is talking grand strategy here. How do we get both sides to the table to end this war? What's the framework for a deal? And who's sitting at that table? This is an all-star team, Brian, that President Trump is assembling that will think through these broader strategic issues. And how do we drive this war to an end, as President Trump promised on the campaign trail?
Right. There'll be a lot of effect, because I know denying Iran will stop them from replenishing to a degree Russia. That could help. And then you have leverage over China if we stop allowing Iran to sell cheap oil to China. So it's going to be a new sheriff in town.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
They got to stop letting Iran do things. What a joke. You ain't even let Iran do nothing. That's the problem with these imperialists. See, that's their imperialistic problem.
We'll lose our freedom. Pepe, a pleasure, my dear friend. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for your time and insight.
Enormous pleasure. Thank you.
President Biden has authorized Ukraine to use U.S. offensive long-term weaponry to strike inside Russia. Did the Kremlin expect this, and how have they reacted to it? Before I finish, I should have started the question differently. We know what President Putin said many times very clearly before this happened.
Yes.
What are they saying since it happened, and did they expect it?
First of all, Judge, yes, they expected. Second, obviously, nobody paid attention to what President Putin said in September, in fact, coming out of a forum in St. Petersburg, when he was interviewed in the street, in fact. And he gave a 3-minute or so very detailed answer that if what was authorized, by the way, small correction, not by the guy who just appeared this Sunday in a staged Amazon rainforest concoction with 2 teleprompters promising to save the Amazon. And at the same time, it's announced that Ukraine is going to have long-range American missile attack MS missiles to strike Ukraine, which is completely crazy. This is a deep state and lowly functionaries, Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan decision. So it was expected by the Kremlin. Dmitry Peskov, a spokesman, already said that more or less along these lines, President Putin already told everybody in September what would happen if the nature and the essence of the conflict is changed. So that seems to be the case from now on.
I think this is the comment to which you're referring. Chris edited it down to 45 seconds. Chris, cut number one.
It is not about allowing the Ukrainian regime to strike Russia with these weapons or not. It is about making a decision about whether NATO countries are directly involved in the military conflict or not. If the decision is made, it will mean nothing less than the direct participation of NATO countries, the United States, and European countries in the war in Ukraine. This is their direct participation, and this, of course, significantly changes the very essence, the very nature of the conflict. This will mean that NATO countries, the United States, and European countries are fighting Russia. And if this is so, bearing in mind the change in the very essence of this conflict, we will make appropriate decisions based on the threats that will be created for us.
He certainly understands that some of these weapons cannot be used without American intelligence and without American either contractors or troops operating and maintaining them. Are the Americans fair game for retaliation?
Of course they are. Americans inside Ukraine, NATO operators inside Ukraine. Of course, the trickiest part is outside of Ukraine, on NATO bases outside of Ukraine. But these missiles, if launched, they will be launched from Ukraine. So then the response is going to be, wow. Just wait. It's another completely foolish provocation. These people in the US and NATO, they remind me of the Who's Tommy, deaf, dumb, and blind kids, but without the flair to play pinball. So they play escalation, and obviously they want to get some sort of drastic Russian response within the next 2 months, which obviously they are playing on Russia falling into the trap. And of course, for Trump, starting from January, the situation will be absolutely dire and no possibility of any dialogue whatsoever. It's not going to work. What Peskov already said is the Russian point of view is cool, calm, collected. They take their times. Depending on how targets will be struck, where civilian casualties or not, military installations or also civilian installations, and consider the unpredictability of Kiev, anything could happen. Then they will calibrate their response. And by the way, no, Russia will not go nuclear as a response. This is absolutely ridiculous.
President Putin has warned that if weapons are fired at Russia by a country that has nuclear weapons, then that country is open to an offensive nuclear attack by Russia. Should Americans take that seriously or not?
Well, Judge, nothing. These people who are behind this decision, by the way, certainly not the zombie in the White House, they keep upping the stakes because they say, no, Russia's bluffing, Russia's bluffing, Russia's bluffing. And one day the bear won't bluff anymore. Once again, the Taoist patience of Vladimir Putin and the Security Council in Moscow is something for the ages, in fact. But this is, once again, red lines, this is a gigantic red line because this is direct US NATO implication attacking targets inside the Russian Federation. You cannot go more red line than that. And obviously, if the Pentagon generals, in fact, there are some over there with a little bit of a working brain, they will know that depending on the targets that are chosen, the response can be really devastating.
Why do you think the Kremlin thinks the U.S. has done this? The administration has less than 60 days in existence. it still has an authorization for $7 billion worth of equipment, some of it cash, that it's sitting on, that it now says it wants to dispense. Even the Pentagon will have a hard time spending $3.5 billion per month for the next 2 months. Why do you think the Kremlin thinks the U.S. is doing this now?
A trap, Judge, essentially. They're setting up a trap not only to Russia, but for the Trump administration. This means that this will have to continue to be a forever war. The mere prospect of what is being designed along the battlefield, along the front lines for the next few weeks and months is an absolutely devastating defeat for Ukraine and NATO. And this, I would say, this is a stratospheric anathema as far as NATO is concerned. To be defeated, the collective West defeated in the black soil of Novorossiya, as I call it, and this will be
they can't take the humiliation,
burial rights of the rules-based international order. So this is the real big picture that is always absent of any of this knee-jerk analysis. The Russians are looking at the big picture, not only in the next few months, they are looking for the rest of the decade. In fact, they know that this war will metastasize into a much larger war by the end of this decade. Even if we look at NATO internal documents, there are different dates about it, 2027, 2029, 2030. But this forever war will return. And for the moment, ideally, these people who are exiting the White House and the non-administration of the US, let's put it this way, the Democrats, and of course, their NATO vassals across Brussels and from Brussels to Warsaw to Kiev, they think that they can force Russia's hand, number one, and if it doesn't work, they will try to extract a ceasefire, which also won't work. But they are already thinking in terms of the NATO against Russia war for the near future, for the next few years. So yes, go ahead, please.
The Trump administration comes into existence, and President Trump wants some sort of a negotiation. With whom will the Russians and the Americans negotiate? Clearly not President Zelensky.
No, definitely not. This will be a direct negotiation, White House, in this case, Trump and Vladimir Putin in person. There's no question about that, because these are the only actors who can negotiate anything. In fact, what Kiev at the moment, it doesn't even qualify as fiction. It's an illegal government, which is basically destroying the country for their own benefit. Zelensky and the clique around him, they're still making money out of it. They're still bribing the Americans, not only military, but businessmen, offering, look, if you continue to support us, you can come here and basically take over Ukraine, which is now being offered by Zelensky himself. The point is what President Trump and his inner circle really want. Do they really want to strike a deal and move to other things because they know that in terms of cost effectiveness, Project Ukraine is already dead? Or is there something else behind it that we still don't know?
I think you've seen this before, but it's worth hearing again and hearing your comments on it. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, sort of summarizing the Russian view of what happens when Western weapons are used to attack Russia. Cut number 5.
We have shown that we will not put up with this, and that we will not allow Ukraine to be used as a direct threat to our security, as an instrument for the destruction of everything Russian on historical Russian lands. They did this for more than 2 decades, or even 30 years, immediately after the disappearance of the Soviet Union. Their goal was to destroy everything Russian, from the language to the government in this territory, which they wanted to take for themselves. and they were counting on it. But as always happens, if they wake up the Russian bear, then our people have united like never before. These are not empty words. We saw this during the Russian presidential elections. The Nazi regime continues to use Western weapons to attack civilian targets, towns, and cities. I assure you that they will not be able to cross this line unnoticed.
They will not be able to cross this line unnoticed.
This is the polite version, Judge. Very diplomatic, Lavrov style, right? The other people in the Security Council, Medvedev, Patrushev as a direct advisor to Putin, they are much more hardcore than that. Much, much more. Not to mention the people in the intel agencies, from the FSB to the SVR.
Well, what do those folks want President Putin to do?
Well, depending on what kind of strikes, the range of the strikes, the targets, if they are only military or also civilians, and we don't know, coming from Kiev, basically exterminate energy supply in Ukraine and go for the head of the snake in Kiev. This is what they really want, but they don't say it in public. This is what we hear in corridors, of course, in Moscow, via messengers.
Will the Russian military level the Ukrainian capital?
Could be. It could have, not the Ukrainian capital, but the centers of power in Kiev. Oh, yes. This, once again, depending on the attacks. Oh, yes, this is absolutely plausible. But if you allow me, Judge, for 1 minute, the contrast between this intimation of an all-out war, a declaration of war by functionaries of an exiting U.S. administration against Russia, to what's happening at the G20 this week, right now, as we speak in Rio. At least the G20 is discussing social themes, fighting poverty, fighting hunger, fighting social inequality. As much as this G20 is a shell of previous G20s, and it has been more or less hijacked by the G7, the merit of Lula is to, okay, let's concentrate on real themes that are very important for the whole of humanity, and let's forget about wars. So this is maybe one meager positive point in the middle of all this horror show, in fact. And last week, when I was in Africa, we were discussing African unity in the multipolar world. I spent 1 week in South Africa discussing this with some of the best minds in South Africa, in Mali, and Senegal. So there is hope for the future. But when and it's crazy. I come back from South Africa, I land in NATO stand, and the day I land, I see Biden posing as savior of the Amazon, and the Biden combo, let's put it this way, announcing, okay, let's provoke the Russians a little bit more. Let's see what they say. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And
where is BRICS heading? Considering the fact that Brazil is in both BRICS and in the G20, where is BRICS heading?
Okay, I'll try a short answer, Judge. Next year, BRICS presidency is Brazil's. I'm not sure they will be, to put it very diplomatically, they are not going to be as effective as the Russians were this year. So the Russians this year, they work for this year and the next, knowing that the messy Brazilian presidency, including a very powerful anti-BRICS lobby in Brasilia and among some of the top ministries in Brazil, will not going to work as they should. But, for instance, South Africa. South Africa is one of the BRICS, 5 original BRICS, right? And during this week, every time we were discussing about BRICS, the South Africans are pretty much involved in all the major initiatives, and they are working a lot. And next year, very interesting, next year, they are the G20 president, South Africa. So South Africa is congregating everyone in Africa, different latitudes that want change, positive change, especially the Sahel area. And they are receiving information, suggestion, suggestions, testing models, etc. And South Africa is more or less the coordinator of all these auspicious futures for Africa in terms of African unity, especially. So there are some little glimmers of hope here and there. And Africa, after 1 week in Africa, we'll see how powerful that is and how completely disconnected from this forever war ethos in this dwindling US administration.
How impressive was President Putin in Sochi, Russia last week, outlining what he called the moment of truth?
In fact, it was at the end of the BRICS, Judge. That was that famous press conference that we were there. We were in the room when he outlined the moment of truth, in fact. And this was BRICS connectivity in different latitudes, in different continents. All these models that will be tested, leading eventually, I would say, from midterm to long term towards an alternative system of payments, bypassing the US dollar and also the euro and the Japanese yen as well. And this has started this year during the Russian presidency of BRICS. They know the challenges. At the same time, they know they could gather the feeling all across the global south. During the meetings in Kazan, even afterwards, last week, for instance, in South Africa, where we were hearing, let's say, a continuation of the BRICS discussions in South Africa, so in Johannesburg and also in Pretoria. Extremely impressive, but this is an extremely long-term project. The unification of the global south and the global majority with BRICS as one of the overarching foundations and organizations, they are betting for until the end of this decade and for the next one, but it has already started. And obviously, this is something that I would venture to say, irrespective of any American administration in power, this is not what the American ruling class wants, because this will imply that the decline of the empire will be put on fast forward.
Wow.
It's the last thing they want.
If Israel attacks Iran with the military assistance of the United States, what will the Kremlin do? That's Chris giving his opinion. Will the Kremlin get involved?
Well, this, let's say, is the $10 trillion question, right? Because from now on, soon, it's going to be signed in the next few days, maximum a few weeks, the comprehensive strategic partnership between Iran and Russia. And that will imply that Russia has Iran's back if an attack like that would ever happen. For instance, accidentally, a spokesman for the IRGC in Tehran actually recognized that Iran is already using the S-400 defense system. So we knew that, but we never had a direct confirmation from a spokesman at the IRGC itself. So this is already huge. So in terms of weaponizing what Iran does not have, Russia will be behind it. There's no question about it. And the last, of course, once again, the last thing that other powerful BRICS members, apart from Iran, Russia and China, don't forget, these are 3 of the 4 top BRICS. The other one is India. All these top 4, they don't want a war. They don't want an Israeli war fought by the Americans, which is exactly what Tel Aviv wants. So they will do anything to prevent this from happening. But if let's say, even in the near future, let's say even next year, if that would happen, Iran would have the backing of Russia militarily and would have the backing of China in many, many other very subtle, sophisticated Chinese ways.
Do you have a feel for Prime Minister Netanyahu's longevity in office? His chief of staff has been, not chief of staff, his principal spokesperson has been indicted and being held with no bail. for revealing confidential secrets. It appears more and more that he was adequately warned about October 7th. I didn't take the warning seriously. And his corruption trial is now back on track, and he's been ordered to testify against himself.
Exactly.
This is unheard of in America, but in the Israeli system, the defendant can be compelled to testify, I gather, in early December.
Well, Netanyahu has only a plan A: continue the genocide in Gaza, expel the population, build settlements in Gaza, and now this is being voiced in the open. And of course, continue to bomb civilian infrastructure in southern Lebanon and in southern Beirut as well. There's no peep from anyone. All those people who are at G20 in Rio now, as we speak, are they saying anything about the genocide in Gaza and the bombing and bombings of civilian installations in Lebanon? Absolutely nothing. So from his point of view, he can get away with it. And from his point of view also, with the Trump administration, he will continue to get away with it. So that's it. That's plan A, Judge. As harsh as it may seem, but that's what it is. And it's his survival. If there's no plan B, because if there's plan B, he's out of government and he goes to jail.
The last world leader who used the word genocide was the Pope over the weekend. I was surprised to see that. I don't know what kind of a diplomatic effect that has, but I was surprised to see him weigh in, saying October 7th needs an investigation because this has the earmarks of genocide. I'm paraphrasing what he said, I think fairly.
Well, we can say that the Vatican hidden powers, invisible powers, and real powers behind the Pope are extremely uncomfortable with what's happening in Gaza, also in Lebanon, and the fact that Christians are also being targeted by the Tel Aviv killing machine. So they had to do something, even if this is almost like a pro forma, very, very late observation by the Pope. But they had to do something because they are under pressure, even by Christians inside Italy. Not mainstream media, not the Italian establishment, but Christians all across Europe, all across Italy, and all across Europe as well.
Got it. Pepe Escobar, thank you very much, my dear friend. Always enjoyable to be able to chat with you. I hope you come back.
John Kavulik, Senior Editor for the Issue Insight media outlet. Many thanks for joining us on the programme. So plenty of controversies to sift through already as the G20 officials prepare to sit down for talks. What do you think we can expect from this gathering?
Well, as your lead-in, we had the First Lady of Brazil tell Elon Musk to go F himself. We've had the telephone call from Chancellor Scholz of Germany to President Putin. And now we arrive and 2,500 journalists and analysts and the Wi-Fi in Brazil at the International Media Center isn't working. And of course, now the rumors are that Elon Musk, for revenge, shut down Starlink or something. So, we haven't even begun. And we've got what in Washington you call stepping on your story, particularly with the First Lady. The group, when they get here, the 20 heads of state, heads of government, ministers of foreign affairs, they've got a lot on their agenda, but not a lot's going to get accomplished. And primarily in your lead, you were talking about the president of Argentina having issues with the communique. And the document that comes out of all of these G7, G20, Apex, and Lima a couple of days ago, they're negotiated for months. And the fact that issues relating to Russian Federation, Ukraine war, issues relating to Israel and Gaza are explosive for many of these governments. And so we're going to end up seeing a communique that, in essence, maybe two, because they're supposed to be by consensus, but we're likely going to have a communique, and then maybe there'll be a statement by Lula with something else, or they'll be very watered down.
It's been said the German Chancellor is pretty upset that Vladimir Zelensky wasn't invited, but Ukraine isn't even a G20 member, is it? Why would he be allowed to attend, and what could he possibly bring to the table anyway?
This is where Chancellor Scholz stepped on his story. The fact that he spoke with President Putin, that was good for him. It was good domestically, and it was good internationally, because it tees up the Trump-Vance administration on January 20th, where dialogue, they believe, is key to resolving the war. And so what we have is Chancellor Scholz saying, oh, well, Zelensky needs to be here. No, Zelensky does not need to be here. Zelensky is a force, and all he does is suck all of the political oxygen and the media attention out of the room wherever he goes. And this G20 has a lot of issues that are more important than Israel and Gaza, that are more important than Russia and Ukraine. Those two issues are important. But wherever Zelensky goes, Zelensky wants to make it about Zelensky and about Ukraine. And we saw some weeks ago, he started with Prime Minister Modi, where he's criticizing India for commercial engagement with Russia. And then he's saying, if I see Modi, I'm going to tell him that every member of the G20, they should ask for 1,000 prisoners of war and children to come back. So there he is, inserting himself. And no, he should. The Prime Minister Modi last year at the G20 in New Delhi was under tremendous amount of pressure to include Zelensky. He didn't. The president of Peru was under tremendous amount of pressure to include Zelensky in APEC in Lima a couple days ago. She didn't. And now President Lula, again, under a lot of pressure to include Zelensky, he didn't. All three of them did the right thing.
Interesting timing, I think, for on the eve of the G20 summit, the US, along with the UK and France, have reportedly decided to allow Ukraine to use their long-range missiles to strike Russian territory. What do you make of that move and the timing?
The timing's interesting. While President Biden is, helicoptering around Manaus, Brazil, and the intersection of the Negro and the Amazon rivers, talking about climate change and that, it wasn't particularly teed up. Is anyone truly surprised that follows the Biden administration? Not particularly. And that in light of the victory by Donald Trump. But I would suggest the following. I'm not shocked by it. And Russia, the armed forces of the Russian Federation and President Putin shouldn't be shocked by it either. But what it does do is provide potentially President Trump with another opportunity to negotiate something. Because now, if it is true, and if Ukraine does use those missiles during the next 63 days or so, and we don't know how many they actually have to use, but if they do deploy them and they impact the internationally recognized territory of the Russian Federation, President Trump will then likely put that into his negotiating quiver and say, hey, I can stop this. Give me something, President Putin. But not a shock. I'm surprised that it wasn't done before. What I will be watching is one of the reasons that we are, or Ukraine and Russia is where they are, is because neither one of them is fully committed to do what the other one won't do. So, for example, the armed forces of the Russian Federation are targeting infrastructure in Ukraine, and there are civilians that are getting killed. Ukraine is, particularly with the weapons that are being given to them by third parties, are focusing on, again, some infrastructure and then military targets. Until Ukraine decides to use these weapons, for example, as the Russian Federation has damaged Kharkiv, go after Belgorod, and you kill some civilians. And so you make this, okay, you're killing civilians, we're killing civilians. Then you're ratcheting it up, and then you can start to ratchet down. So unfortunately, the one result of the decision by the Biden-Harris administration with respect to the ATACMS is going to be more Russian citizens are going to die. Hopefully soon, both President Putin and President Zelensky will say independently of one another, enough people have died, enough money has been spent, enough things have been destroyed, and then we'll see what happens.
Thank you so much for speaking to us in the Brazilian capital. That was John Kavulik, senior editor for The Issue in
President-elect Donald Trump is calling for pollster Ann Seltzer to be investigated over a poll that showed Harris winning Iowa by 3%. In reality, Trump comfortably won that state by 13 points. Trump took to Truth Social posting, quote, a totally fake poll that caused great distrust and uncertainty at a very critical time. She knew exactly what she was doing. Thank you to the great people of Iowa for giving me such a record-breaking vote despite possible election fraud by Ann Seltzer and the now discredited newspaper for which she works. An investigation is fully called for. Joe Concha is a Fox News contributor, and he joins me now. And Joe, we should also point out a big factor in this is that Ann Seltzer said that she's quitting. She just announced that she's ending her polling operation. She also said,
The FBI need all that data. Don't try to erase your documents. She need to go to jail for trying to rig the election, try to swing it in Kamala's favor, lying. I tell you, there's a lot. Trying to pretend like she was in the lead in Iowa, which is a bold-faced lie. Now she want to just quit and end her polling. No, lady going to prison.
You to be puzzled by the greatest miss of my career. So she's calling it an error. Donald Trump is saying that this could be intentional, and he's also calling for an investigation. So what do you think about all of this?
Wow, so much to unpack here. Good to see you again, Carly. When that poll came out, I went back on the air right after it and said, I can't wait to come back and celebrate Ann Seltzer's impending retirement, because we all knew that Kamala Harris wasn't up 3 in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump won easily in 2016 and 2020. As it turns out, she was only off by 16 points since he won there by 13. And what tipped it off for me was the fact that Ann would not release her samples as far as who exactly did she poll for this? Did she only talk to, MSNBC viewers, Planned Parenthood advocates? She would never say. And the fact that she went on MSNBC afterwards to brag about this poll tells me that she wasn't on the up and up. And there was something else here in play outside of the data, to Trump's point. So, yeah, I mean, it made no sense. It was the outlier to end all outliers. We kept hearing how she was the gold standard. And then suddenly she has this poll out of nowhere that no pollsters. And how many pollsters did we talk about on this show leading up to the election? Dozens. So have fun in your retirement, I guess, Ann, because maybe you and, I don't know, Chris Wallace can go have a podcast together. That would make sense.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the Harris campaign.
Big fish to fry that like those. Now this is very disgusting. Can't believe it, worthy. Now you have MSNBC, Mika Brzezinski, and Morning Joe. They had went to Trump's Mar-a-Lago. They said they want to go there and just, just fix the relationship. Why would y'all want to fix your relationship with Hitler? Y'all said that man was a dictator and he was Hitler. They've been screaming that. It was a scam, though.
Flashback. As Trump's fascism is the lead story every day. His cozying up to dictators, his obsession with Hitler that has now come out, what he has said about our veterans.
Now, remember that. Cozying up to dictators. I like that phrase. You say Trump been cozying up to dictators and he's a dictator, right? Okay, keep going.
And what he wants to do with the military against his political adversaries, it's all huge news. This is the future that we're looking at in the next Trump term, if there is one. But this is what voters know right now, that he is killing us. I'm talking about us women. He's killing us.
And then he says that the news network that is most critical of him should be taken off the air. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallels, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them.
Over the past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We got to talk about some hilarious but fascinating.
What? They went cozied up to a dictator like Trump? Why are y'all requesting a meeting with Hitler? I mean, it really don't make no sense, because Morning Joe told us if you can't see the similarities, then you are stupid. Okay, cool. Let me take your word for it that Trump was Hitler. Why do you want to go meet with Hitler? I mean, who would want to meet with Hitler, bro? See, these people will scam their own audience. They want to stay in power, and they are cozying up to Trump. That's disgusting.
Interesting news from MSDNC this morning, featuring Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, who apparently visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend to bend the knee, to beg for mercy, right? It seems as if President Trump, before even getting into office, has already made his enemies fall, okay? The supreme art of war is to subdue your opponent without fighting, right? You ain't even got to fight, okay? If anybody's read The Art of War, okay, I highly recommend it. That's what's happening here, okay? I also recommend reading The Prince, Machiavelli, right? Check this book out too. I might make a recommended book list, because a lot of this stuff you're definitely going to need to read to understand what's about to happen over the next 4 years, okay? I'm just saying, okay? But Mika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough, they have decided to detail exactly what happened during their trip to Mar-a-Lago. Now, best believe this is happening for a couple reasons, right? The main reason being that MSNBC and CNN, their ratings have failed through the roof, okay? Their ratings are tanking fast. The viewers are leaving them in droves.
It's a busy news cycle coming off the presidential election. It's a time of year news organizations bank on having high viewership, with high interest in who wins the election and reaction to the results. But some networks are seeing their post-election audience quickly evaporating. According to Nielsen ratings, MSNBC had a big election night, bringing in 6 million viewers. But the days following the election, MSNBC's viewership tanked to less than 1 million. The network losing more than half of its audience compared to its average viewership in October leading up to the election. Friday also marked the network's lowest rated non-holiday night of the year. MSNBC recorded a similar loss in viewership following the 2016 election after Trump's last presidential election victory. But the network rebounded, going on to have its 4 most watched years in its history from 2017 to 2020, as many news outlets were able to capitalize on Trump-heavy coverage with record revenue and subscribers. Following last week's election, CNN also hemorrhaged viewership. The network saw 5 5.1 million people tune in during their election coverage. In the days after the election, CNN's viewership also fell to 611,000, a 36% drop compared to its average viewership in October leading up to election night. Fox News saw a very different trend. While MSNBC and CNN were losing viewers, Fox News gained. On election night, the network saw over 10 million people tune in. And in the days that followed, Fox's total viewership averaged over 4 million, up 34% from its October average. That's also a 58% jump compared to its 2024 year-to-date numbers.
And the second reason why this is happening, which again is kind of related to the ratings, but it's a little bit separate, is because Trump won the popular vote, right? The majority of the country is MAGA. Did you guys watch NFL football this weekend? You saw all those players, black, white, whoever, doesn't matter. They were all doing the Trump dance, okay? On the field, celebrating after scoring touchdowns. The Trump dance is going viral. People are not afraid to come out and to openly support Trump, right? Trump is the move. Trump is the culture now. Okay. And when you're not in line with the culture, again, this is what happens. What happens is that you have to bend the knee to Hitler, right? Hitler. Okay. Just last week, this guy was calling Trump Hitler, and now he's singing a much different
more credibility
tune.
For these people.
Let's listen.
Good. Okay. So here's where we are. Over the past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, keep in mind, again, these people were calling Trump Hitler before the election. Why in the world are they now willing to meet with Hitler? Why are they bending the knee to Hitler? Again, it's because they know that they are deeply unpopular. They know that they have ruined their reputations throughout this whole election season, especially Joe Scarborough. Again, this guy infamously said that if you don't believe that Joe Biden is the sharpest he's ever been, then F you, right? F you. This is what he said on national television, just for Joe Biden to later drop out of the race because he's losing his mind, right? So it's hilarious. They have a credibility problem. So now they have to restart communications. Now, also keep in mind, this is the same network, the same show that was very friendly towards Trump before he ran for president, right? Before he ran for president, Joe Scarborough and Trump, they were boys. They were friends. But as soon as Trump ran for president, now all of a sudden he became public enemy number one. They started saying that he's Hitler, which is something that they never believed, right? They never actually believed it. This is just what they were saying to their audience. But now that they figured out that this doesn't work, that this isn't popular, now they have to change the strategy coming up in Trump's next term. And that's essentially what they're going to explain here.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed. That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful. He was upbeat. He seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we? 5 years of political warfare.
Why would you appease Hitler? Why would you appease a hate mongerer? who want to kill? You say, lady, he killing women. Why would you appease a monster just because he won a political election? Don't mean you're supposed to appease him, right? Scammers. Don't believe nothing they say. They do it all for money. This is disgusting.
There has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans, election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House with their vote.
AKA they lost. AKA MSNBC lost. Again, this is bending the knee. This is admitting defeat. They've been defeated. Now, as a defeated enemy, they come crawling back to Trump to beg for mercy. Again, this is this is some 48 laws of power stuff. Like, I'm so serious, right? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? This is why Trump met with Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. A lot of people are asking, why would Trump do that? He should have said, no, you don't do that. When your enemy is defeated, of course you meet with them. Because essentially at that point, they're needy, okay? And an enemy that's been defeated, sometimes they will be more loyal to you than a friend. Because the enemy already knows what happens when you step out of line, right? So you use your enemy after you defeat them, right? After you defeat them, you use them because they want to prove themselves. And in this case right here, Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, they need to prove to the world that they have credibility, right? So again, this is why they're meeting with Trump, because they have lost all their credibility. So in order to get it back, they now have to go groveling to Trump and kiss the ring and acknowledge that, hey, we have been defeated and we got to change, right? We have to change the way that we cover this presidency because what we did before did not work. Joe Scarborough used to be a friend. And guess what? That friend turned on Trump, stabbed him in the back, said he was Hitler, compared him to a Nazi. And look what happened, right? Look what happened. So I'm just saying, man, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here, right? But clearly you can see these people have been defeated, right? This is them waving the white flag.
Joe and I realize it's time to do something different. And that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
As somebody close to Donald Trump told me this past weekend, this is a president who's not seeking re-election. So maybe, just maybe, now could be the time for both parties to get to work. And I know, given the jarring headlines that we read every day, that may seem like a stretch. But think about this. Of the 150 million votes cast, Donald Trump got 50%. Kamala Harris got about 49%. So I don't know. Seems to make sense for leaders of both parties to seek common ground if it's possible at all. And I will tell you, a lot of Democratic leaders we've talked to this past week since the election have told Mika and me it's time for a new approach. And when I say top Democrats, I mean top Democrats. They said, we're open. And this was before we talked to Donald Trump. They said, listen, we're open to working with the incoming president if the incoming president is open to working with us.
Yeah, the question is, though, how do we get there? Hyperbole and personal attacks will not work. My hair on fire doesn't work. We've all seen that. What also does not work is threatening political opponents with arrest, harassment, and even jail.
Y'all arrested
that is a failed path. Recent history has proven that impeachments and trials turn those on trial into political martyrs and only make them more popular with the American people. Just ask Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
Yeah. So you seen that, you heard that. These are people who've been defeated. They've been defeated. And then they're saying, hey, well, we need some common ground, right? Let's find common ground with Hitler. This is what they're saying on their network. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is hilarious. You could not have written a better script for 2024, right? I'm so serious. So, of course, they get absolutely roasted from both sides over this. Scott Jennings says, Hitler getting a lot more meeting requests than I would have thought. Eli Lake says, why would Trump bother talking to these people other than to urge them to seek mental health counseling? Well, again, you got to use these people, right? They've been defeated and they're groveling and they need stuff, right? So, hey, maybe, just maybe they can be useful. I'm just saying. Brian York says, annals of shamelessness. They called Trump a fascist and much, much, much more. And then just 22 days after his Nazi-like rally, they fly to Florida for an audience. Afterwards, they say, quote, we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, but they want to restart communications. What? Steve Cortez says, it's difficult to overstate how dishonest these two are. Mika and Joe scream for months that Trump is a fascist and would end democracy. Now that he's elected and very popular, they visit him like it's just coffee with an opposing party politician. Yeah, because they never believed it. They never believed this stuff. They make it sound like international diplomacy. Keith Olbermann says, breaking news, I told you so. Joe and Mika, Trump, collaborators, not a word Mr. and Mrs. Vinci Quisling say can ever be trusted again. Not that those words ever should have been trusted. They are confidence tricksters and grifters. Hey, I can't say I disagree with Keith Olbermann here. Right? I can't say I disagree. Okay, even though I disagree in regards to the angle that it's coming from. But hey, I do agree with overall what he's saying. Republicans Against Trump says, this is why people don't trust the mainstream media anymore. Joe and Mika, who constantly attack fascist Trump on their show, went to Mar-a-Lago to talk with Trump over the weekend. Bowing in advance, cowards. This person says, given Morning Joe and Mika are now sucking up to Trump, I want to reshare my clip from MSNBC on Friday where I made it clear we will never surrender to Trump. We will take the fight to him. We will not meet him halfway on his fascism. Yeah. Again, you're going to lose, man. You're going to lose. Again, at least Joe and Mika are smart enough to realize that, right? They're smart enough to understand that we lost, right? Our rhetoric did not work. Calling Trump Hitler a fascist, trying to throw him in jail, him always being assassinated, that doesn't work, right? That doesn't help. That just makes him stronger. Trump is more popular than he's ever been before, right? What has been the result of all of that? What has been the result? Trump, again, is more popular than ever. Again, you have NFL players doing the Trump dance openly. Everybody's doing it. He's the wave. He's the culture. But the left, the radical lunatics, they think it's a great idea. Let's double, triple down. We will never surrender to fascism. Incredible. Jeff Jarvis says, to those of you waking up at this hour and thinking of watching the rerun of the first hour of Morning Joe, this is what you're in for. Joe and Mika's betrayal of their colleagues, democracy, and us all. It is a disgusting show of obeisance in advance. You have Roland Martin. He says, a fascist on 11/4 was a fascist on 11/5 and is one today. I damn sure won't be bringing my Black Star Network cameras to the global headquarters of the insurrection. Well, I don't think you actually have a chance of doing that, Roland, because I don't think that you would be invited, right? I'm pretty sure Trump would not allow that, okay? You don't have that much access. You're not as irrelevant as you think you are, right? I mean, you're like on the C list when it comes to so-called journalists, okay? Maybe even on the D list, to be honest with you. So yeah, I don't think that you would even have the opportunity to do that. So yeah, you're not gonna have the chance, unfortunately, to
jump in his ass. You gotta push back immediately. Jump in his ass.
Yeah, so I don't think that Roland would ever get that opportunity. Okay, but regardless, again, what you're seeing here is that Joe and Mika are already waving a white flag, right? They basically said, we've been defeated. They're now saying, hey, Trump, we want to kind of work with you in some way. They're trying to get their credibility back. They're trying to get an audience back. Okay, that's clearly what's happening. And you have other people who are upset about this. I wouldn't be surprised if leftists rage over this for days, okay? But again, that's what has to happen, right? I mean, at this point, the Democrat Party in the media landscape is going to have to change in regards to how they cover Trump if they want to survive, because I do not think that the constant Trump derangement, the hyperbole, the over-exaggerations, I do not think is going to work this time around. I really don't. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment.
Earlier, I spoke with Lindy Lee. She's on the DNC Finance Committee. She's based here in Philadelphia. She's raised millions for Biden and for Harris. She says, look, this wasn't just a loss. This was a shellacking. The DNC is in serious chaos right now. Expect some departures. She said some staffers on the Harris campaign that she's spoken to haven't been paid. She called this whole thing a $1 billion boondoggle.
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn. No way these people raised over $1 billion and you have some staffers who didn't get their last paycheck.
And Lindy, I know that you're worried about staffers and people who need the money, unlike the celebrities who haven't been paid yet. So
we're talking about regular everyday people with bills to pay. They didn't get their checks, but Al Sharpton got his. Oprah got hers. Beyonce, Meg Thee Stallion, Glorilla, Lizzo, Eminem, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, they got theirs. This is crazy. You have a DNC Finance Committee member who went out and gathered millions and millions from her donors. They're now upset and said they were bamboozled. They were lied to about the real numbers. You have a lot of donors hiding behind Lindy Lee right now, and they're blaming upper-level DNC management for telling them they will win the swing states in states like Iowa based on their polling, only to find out those polls were online. These big-time staffers knew it, and the donors are now blaming management, accusing them of knowing the information they gave them to continue squeezing money out of them was false and nowhere near the truth. We're going to get into it, but first, take a second to make sure you subscribe to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
And some people are just saying, oh, America is misogynistic and sexist. You know, obviously there's some of that, but we can't just blame the entire country and label them as, you know, racist. That's not going to get us anywhere. But the way that the campaign was run and the way that the finances were handled were just, it left much to be desired. And still, we're 1 week from the election. Our top donors have not gotten any sort of briefing or an apology or any sort of explanation as to where our money went.
No apology?
I mean, no one has gotten anything. We haven't gotten any sort of follow-up other than her concession speech.
Have you heard of issues, vendors being paid, not paid, anything like that?
Yeah, I've gotten calls from former staffers who have not gotten paid, and they asked me for help. Including people here in Pennsylvania. And this is for work done in August. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah,
so we're $20 million in debt. Someone has to pay that off.
As Republicans lay out their agenda for a second Trump term, Democrats are still scratching their heads over the loss. And now this, the Harris campaign is $20 million in debt, having spent about $1 billion during the 90-day campaign. DNC Finance Committee member Lindy Lee calling the campaign a $1 billion disaster. And I asked her about the reckoning going on now within the party and why she's deciding to speak out.
I feel as though I'm one of the only voices speaking out. And if we do not confront the lessons of election night, it's going to happen over and over again. We're going to keep losing. If we don't recognize a rightward shift of America, we are also going to lose. We have to have a careful financial accounting of what exactly happened. How did we possibly blow through $1 billion in just 3 months? It's just astounding, not just to me, but to many of my fellow donors. I've been speaking with them on an hourly basis. People are just completely shocked and just craving answers. A lot of them are sending me messages of support, asking me to stay the course and to keep asking. And we just haven't really gotten any explanation from the campaign as to what happened. And I say this, it pains me to say this. this is very hard for me to say because these are my friends. These are my, and these are people that I've worked with for a long time. But if we don't have any accountability, how could we possibly move forward in an effective way, not only to serve this party, but serve our country?
I feel your emotion, and I think it represents a lot of people in the country who woke up on Wednesday morning and who were shocked by the results, certainly given how close it seemed in the polls. Lindy, you say you were promised Harris would win and that you believed it. Now you say you think you were misled. How so?
I think I was trying to say the same thing. We were just misled. We were told decisively. And again, contributing to a campaign does not guarantee an outcome. That was not our assumption at all. But they told us 100% that we were going to win. We didn't demand this process. There was no demand of that process. They willingly gave that reassurance. And even on election night, I had someone high up whom I just found out yesterday is leaving. He told me that we were going to win Iowa. This is ruby red Iowa. And I looked at him very quizzically and I said, "Are you sure?" And he just smirked.
Sounds like she's talking about Jamie Harrison. He knew that lady wasn't going to win Iowa, but they ran with the fake information from the compromise poster in order to get headlines and make people believe that she really had a chance. Not only did they lie to their donors and staff, but they lied to the American people. Something they did over the whole 100 days, by the way.
And so, this is just an example of the hubris in the final days of the campaign. And it's just, I wonder what happened to all that money. I'm looking through the financial reports. $1 million went to Harper Productions. That's Oprah. She's saying that she didn't personally benefit, but her company did. And then millions went to various celebrity concerts. $100,000 apparently went to build the set of Call Her Daddy. I contributed and I fundraised for this campaign because I believed in Vice President Harris's vision of America. And by the way, I just want to say that I'm not blaming her at all. I think she's phenomenal. I truly do. And she's worked tirelessly. I'm talking about the way that her campaign was handled.
And although Oprah says she wasn't paid a cent by Harris, the campaign did pay her company $1 million to produce Oprah's star-studded town hall. Well, isn't that paying? And the Harris team reportedly spent 6 figures to build that set I told you about on that Call Her Daddy podcast, which I got her hundreds of thousands of views, but I don't know that it was cost effective. And then you got Eminem, then you got Beyonce. So let's talk to somebody who lived it, okay? And is speaking out now with her own concerns. Lindy Lee, what are you doing talking about what happened in the campaign and absolutely putting a target on your head, let alone your back? Why would you do this?
If we don't confront reality, if we don't address these very serious issues, we're going to keep losing. And I really like what you've said, earlier in the segment. If we don't recognize that America is shifting rightward, we are going to keep losing. If we don't have a financial accountability and some sort of very serious accounting of how exactly we spent $1 billion in 2 to 3 months, how are donors and even everyday Americans who gave their $10 and $25 ever going to trust the Democratic Party again? We need a serious postmortem to show that we're learning the lessons, that we are exposing everything that went wrong, and that we are going to do better in the future. We can't just throw everything under the rug and assume that daddy's going to fill the piggy bank again.
What do you think of these allegations of what Oprah, either they paid the production company or they didn't. I've never heard of people getting paid for endorsements. Paid to perform, maybe, but usually they give it. But do you believe it?
It's not a matter of believing, it's literally in the report. And she can deny it however much she wants to, but it says Harper Productions on the FEC report. I really don't know how you get around that. It's her company, and she may not have gotten paid personally as a person, but it paid her company. So I think this is a matter of semantics. She got paid. And it's just, if my donors had known beforehand that the money would be dispersed this way, I do not think they would have given. It's a sacred trust. These people, a lot of my donors have worked hard all their lives. And again, these are everyday Americans around the country. I didn't just deal with big donors. I also fundraised from grassroots donors who gave $25, as I mentioned. I did something called Geeks and Nerds for Harris. People are giving like $10 to $15. These are people, you know, some people are living paycheck to paycheck. So it's a sacred trust for them to give money to a campaign. It is our utmost responsibility to use that money in a responsible manner and to not treat it as OPM, which is other people's money. If we can't handle campaign money the right way, how can taxpayers, how can Americans possibly trust us that we would handle taxpayer money the right way?
Did you think you were going to lose?
This is a very hard question. Very hard. So we were told 100% that we were going to win up until I think 9 to 10 p.m. on election night, which is stunning. I had a DNC official telling me on the night of that we were going to win ruby red Iowa. And I was just looking, I just was wondering if he thought I was stupid. He said it in earnest. I also found out that the guy's being pushed out, the same guy who said that to me. Actually, I think the entire DNC leadership is going to change in the next couple of months. There's going to be, I mean, there's going to be hell to pay. This is not a 2016 loss. This is a shellacking. This is not a squeaker race. This is a resounding defeat. It pains me to say that. As you said, I put a target on my back. Actually, you'd be surprised that I have dozens of donors blowing up my phone telling me to stay the course. They may not have the guts to say it or the platform, but they want me to keep going because it's their money too.
All right, so Lindsay Lee, she spilled a lot. That's a DNC Finance Committee member. She said some people who worked on the campaign didn't get their last check. Lee also said vendors are contacting her about payments they haven't received dating back as far as August. But don't worry, they paid all the rich celebrities, but they still have some staffers and vendors waiting on their money. Lindsay Lee said Oprah is telling a lie about not getting any money. She's playing word games. The check was addressed to Oprah's company. So Oprah running the TMZ and the Shade Room to have a bunch of baby bot bimbo babblers defending her, saying their auntie Oprah is so rich, she didn't need $1 million. She wouldn't take $1 million. Well, she took the $1 million. For all those people defending this billionaire, go ask her why her company needed $1 million to put together a live stream. Listen, Oprah is a big liar, and none of these fake, phony celebrities can be trusted, obviously. Yeah, you still have a lot of people under their spell. They're being given a bottle and rocked to sleep every day by the old dead media and even the bought and paid for sources like TMZ and the Shade Room. But as a whole, you have a lot of people waking up. This is why a platform like the Shade Room with 30 million people following it still couldn't influence an election. But yeah, these folks are in serious debt now after spending millions and millions on these pep rallies with these useless celebrities. Let me ask you, should these celebrities give back some of their money to help cover the debt? Go ahead and check out my next video on the screen about how folks like Meg Thee Stallion got $5 million to pop her thought pocket on stage at a campaign rally. Yeah, $5 million. Go ahead and click the link on the screen right.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! What's happening? We standing right now.
And why shouldn't we stand? Hold on.
Thanks for that knowledge. See, I didn't know that. So that sends a different spin on it.
I might house any stranger in my house. It would depend.
Thank you so much, man. You don't know how much I appreciate you doing this for us, brother.
Look at these people. Look at these crazy ass people, bro. You guys are our future. This is the future.
Good evening, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I want to know, how does it feel that Trump is in office right now? You see the Mayor Brandon Johnson, you underestimate us. You underestimate the black people and you underestimate Chicago Red. We're the thorn in your side and we're going to be the thorn on everybody else in this council member side too. If you don't stop what you're doing, we're going to take matters in our own hand and we're going to stop it. when you took ShotSpotter off after the DNC, stuff, more shots have been committed. Do you know how many people got shot and killed? 20. One was a police officer, and he was doing his duty. And then some maniac over here wanted to shoot him dead, cold-blooded and stuff. So my thoughts and prayers to the family of that Chicago police officer, Rolf Haynes. But Brandon Johnson, I'm going to say this to you once. I'm not going to repeat myself again. If you don't stop this madness, not only we're going to come after your seat, but guess what? The worst news is Trump signed Matt Gaetz as the AG. Once he come in after you, he going to sit up here and audit all this money that you've been spending on these illegals at the barbershop on the south side that didn't have no money so far from you and stuff. So why? I know what's going to happen. You're going to go down to the press conference, beat your chest up, and then you're going to talk all that smack. And then you're going to say, if a black man has not had the opportunity like a white man. But guess what? I'm a black man, and I don't see at you. I see through you. And I see the lies that you have been saying since you became office. We had enough problem with Lori Lightfoot, and now she's out because of racism. So when we vote you out, which racism are you going to address? White racism or black racism? You said you cannot figure out what the lesser of the two evil will be. So guess what's going to happen? You know that Trump had pulled 45% of the voter in the state of Illinois, 37 in the city of Chicago. That's the statistic. That means that Illinois is turning purple. We're going to turn red. And for some of these city councilman member, I warn you, do not sit with Brandon Johnson. We're going to get them seats.
Thank you very much for your comments. Sergeant at Arms, please restore order, please.
The law. You serve a relationship and the person thinks you dog. You can remove you from my motherfucking family because you think that person and you're a fucking cow. And you're a liar. You're a fucking cow.
All right, please.
You want to dress him and they're going to dress you, motherfucker. Y'all want me to look at you for me ain't crazy. I'm crazy already. Y'all just don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking dog. Fuck out of here. Don't look at my couch. I'm not a fucking couch. I started a law in fight. You motherfuckers. Fuck y'all. You don't remember having me look like a fucking couch. Come show me on the couch. Come show me. Come show me on you. Come show me.
Mr. To our Sergeant at Arms, could you all please make sure that this gentleman is removed? Thank you. It's okay, just patient, you all. They're handling it. It's all right. Thank you.
The president-elect, former President Trump, his threat is not just towards new arrivals and undocumented families. His threats are also against black families. He has a vision to destroy public education. So when he talks about Project 2025 and dismantling public education, we're talking about a system that has been designed to create leveling opportunities for families who are descendants of slaves. Surely going to...
You always want to use black people in your press conferences, but don't do nothing for black people in Chicago. You already know why I'm here, and I've been coming here for a year. Before I even knew who you was as a mayor, you was dipping off, going to the sides when I was out there protesting. You have corporate counsel right next to you, Mary Richardson Lowry, who has no idea what she's doing, because if she would have told you to settle my case. Okay? So yeah, you can look the other way and roll your eyes and do all that stuff, but you do not care about the black Chicago citizens. Okay, you're trying to push this socialist agenda in this capitalist society. In 2019, when you was head leadership with CTU, y'all did a little GoFundMe and went over to Venezuela because y'all already knew what y'all were going to do with bringing them all over here, right? So you're pushing this agenda with the illegal immigrants because y'all done stole all their money because you thought that after that $51 million that the feds gave you back then, that Biden was going to keep sending y'all money. But as you know, Biden is the real racist. The one that y'all say Trump is, Biden been racist. Biden been racist for a long time. He just popped up with Obama as the vice president and everybody just forgot. Okay? You have no idea how to govern. 2026, 2027, we're going to get you out, Tony Preckwinkle out, J.B. Pritzker out, Kwame Raoul out, and probably half of the disgraced 50 out too. And the disgraced 50 is the alderman. Okay?
Acting like, you're just going to bully everybody. You got people, officers whose families don't even want you to come to the funeral. You just like a schoolyard bully. That at some point, and you might not know nothing about it because you grew up in Elgin, but those of us who grew up on the south side and west side of Chicago, we all know at some point that bully gets cornered in the alley and everybody come at him and he ain't gonna have nobody to help him. That's you. That's you. Keep thinking you ain't gonna abide by what the president of the United States said. Everybody know better than that. I see you, Anna Valencia, in your red. You know what it is. This is the second time you showed up in city council in red. You know what it is? Yeah. So you and the rest of them that know what time it is, y'all come on. You leave that loser where he is. He's a loser. He's a loser. No, me and Zoe, we ain't doing nothing for nobody except for ourselves. We got you, loser.
14% rating is what you appear to have, Brandon Johnson, across the United States, or how they see you. But 14% rating. Now, I'm going to talk about all those known donations of $11.5 million that came from places like the CTU, the SEIU, the American Federation of Teachers, Illinois Federation of Teachers, and then someone got the nerve to get on there and talk about cutting the pensions. What about our real estate? Because see, we paid for these properties for a purpose and not for you to go touching it with $300 million that you want to siphon out of the citizens' pockets. Get rid of the illegals and that'll take your money right back. Started off with that.
In the letter calling for the special meeting, the only item up today for consideration is item number 02024-0013679. And ordinance authorizing the fiscal year 2025 property tax levy. There are 0 nays, 50 nays. This matter has been voted down. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
Next on deck with Tim Black.
Please don't test your gangster on me because you will end on a stretcher, gone forever.
That was some of the most pathetic gangster I've ever seen. Folks, I have a clip of a teacher that's in the hot seat big time.
You voted for Trump, literally, please delete me, block me, get rid of everything of me, or step to me so that I know what's up and then I can handle you. If you voted for Trump, literally, please delete me, block me, get rid of everything of me, or step to me so that I know what's up and then I can handle you how I see fit. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the blank you voted for, you're not in the clear. Please don't test your gangster on me because you will end on a stretcher, gone forever. What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so
it
that
sounds like a threat.
It sounds
It sounds like you've been listening to too much 50 Cent. Sound like she got a hold of a Tony Yayo album. Who was that? Was that Chief Keef? Who what rap artist?
Mental health issues going on with these people.
That wasn't Lil Wayne, didn't have enough alliteration in it to be Lil Wayne. Karen, what Becky? Let's call her Becky for right now. Becky, what influence has the rappers done to you? They got you talking about, I'm gonna put you in a body bag. I'm gonna lay you in a stretcher. Ice Cube, I know he came out with a new track. He didn't mean for you to apply it to your life. Come on now, 50 Cent, LL Cool J and Eminem didn't mean for you to go out, jump out the window, crash out. Listen to what this woman wrote, or listen to what she said in the video. He's quoting this teacher, a video she put out to the whole world, threatening Trump supporters, talking about, I'm a wet ya, I'm a blast ya. You won the election, but you ain't gonna live long enough to spend that money.
very extreme. And again,
You're not in the clear. Please don't test your gangster on me because you will end on a stretcher, gone forever. What does that mean exactly?
yeah, so
it
that
sounds like a threat.
It sounds very extreme. And again, I was in a moment of high emotions and I shouldn't have ever posted the video. But what the message I was trying to get across, and it came off very wrong, was, if this is going to give people the almost permission in their minds to enact violence against women or anybody, I wanted to basically just say, I'm not going to go down without a fight. I mean, it's my life's dream to be a teacher.
What? You're literally talking about laying people out because they voted for Trump. And then you're going to say you're doing it because they think they're going to have violence against women? According to the clip we just heard, according to that soundbite he just described, you're the one talking about violence. And don't start crying. She going right to the cry. It's too early to cry. We got too much time left in this segment. Save the crocodile tears for the end of the segment. But come on, Johnson. Anybody buying this? I was threatening the world because I want to protect women because I don't want you to attack us. You got to wait till the attacks come. Then you can be like, yo, don't be attacking us. But you can't just jump out the... Let's listen to her explanation, Tim. Come on, Tim. Give her a chance.
The message I was trying to get across, and it came off very wrong, was, if this is going to give people the almost permission in their minds to enact violence against women or anybody, I wanted to basically just say, I'm not going to go down without a fight. I mean, it's my life's dream to be a teacher. I consider those kids my kids because I don't have any of my own. And they fill that for me. And it's so fulfilling. It's so rewarding. And I know that what people see right now, I don't look like that person, but I truly would do anything to help any child and any family in need.
Hold on a second here, guys. She sounds so pathetic. Sad.
You don't like children.
I almost feel like I want to forgive her of her problem. She sounds so meek and sincere. She's obviously been influenced by the thuggish, the thuggish lefty, whatever these people are. Antifa. The Antifa. Took it too far with the Antifa. Yeah, obviously she's been, been influenced, man. She's been radicalized by the far right, the extreme right, the reckless, extreme left. I forget which side we're talking about. I don't, let's listen to her. Let's hear her out, man. Let's hear it from her.
And any family in need. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the you voted for. You're not in the clear. And just please don't test your gangster on me, because you will end on a stretcher, gone forever.
That was some of the most pathetic gangster shit I've ever seen. You're going to end up on a stretcher, gone forever. Poof. Superstar, 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 superstar. You don't want to mess with me, bucko. You don't want to test me, black person. You don't wanna test me, Trumper. I'm bad. I'm big time. You wanna mess with me big time? You're gonna die big time, cause I'll put you on an effing stretcher. What's that horrible breakdancer that was at the Olympics? This is her rap friend. Here's her rap alter ego. Right there.
Salute, family.
Oh, see what years and years of bad propaganda get you. Yeah, it gets you this. It gets you this. It gets you Kimberly or Annie. Her name is Annie. Literally, her name is Annie. And Annie is trying to go hard. She right up there with Meg Thee Stallion, Glorilla, Nicki Minaj, Lil Ma, MIA. What's that one sister, man? That one sister's gangster, man. I forget her name. She got bars, man. MIA, Mom, Mia, I don't know. It doesn't matter, Tim. What's important here is that we have this poor, misunderstood teacher who wants to help all the children. But then she goes to TikTok and she does this. And I bet you she's in a red district too. I bet you she is. So she not only offended everybody, she's also setting a very bad example. Here's the thing, guys. I know people want to overlook it, and you're like, Tim, this ain't a big deal. Here's the thing. If this was a black man dropping gangster lyrics on his TikTok, and he was a teacher talking about busting somebody's ass, putting somebody on a stretcher, would you be like, oh, come on, Tim, it's not a big deal? No, man. Now, you would take him for his word. You'd say he was violent and a bad representation. He was a bad example. That's what you would do. And he could be bad too. Andy's could be bad. Anyway, this is what I'm talking about when I say propaganda affects us all. Someone got into this woman's head and told her that all of a sudden all her rights going to be taken away. And the only way she could deal with that is to go to TikTok and get fired from her job. It's sad, man. It really is sad. We are radicalizing people with this nonsense. Everybody needs to just chill out. Let's see what's going to happen first. Okay? Trump did not ban you doing, you're a human being. And nothing's been banned. He put it to the states. He already did that. He already did it. It was already done. Nothing else has happened. He's not even in office yet. But nothing else has happened. Nothing has changed since last month before you put this out. All right. People get radicalized because of media, man. Media is getting people amped up, hyped up, and causing this problem. That's it. I'm going to leave it there, y'all. Let me know what you think.
around in the recent U.S. presidential election, Trump winning in Seattle, an event unfolded that has left the community and many across the nation in disbelief. On November 5th this year, Corey Burke, a 33-year-old training program manager at Blue Origin, was charged with the murder of her father, Timothy. What happened on election night? Trump won, and this man lost his life because he won.
Well, a man is stabbed and killed with an ice climbing axe, and now police say his own daughter did it because he refused to turn off the lights.
And according to investigators, Matt, 33-year-old Corey Burke murdered her father in South Seattle last week. Fox 13's AJ Janival has been talking to neighbors today about this shocking murder.
I was in that small South Seattle neighborhood today. There's a lot of families, a lot of kids, all of them home because of today's holiday. The neighbors that I spoke to tell me this incident has shaken them. Shattered glass sits outside the smashed out windows of a family home on Spear Place South in Seattle. According to a Seattle police report, 33-year-old Corey Burke broke the windows of her home in an act of liberation after murdering her father. Charging documents state Burke admitted to police she killed her dad. According to the report, Burke told officers she ambushed her father after an argument about turning the lights off in the house. The documents say Burke tripped her dad, choked him, bit him, then hacked at him with an ice climbing axe several times. According to the documents, it seemed Burke struggled with mental health. She told police she was just reborn last month around the time of her actual birthday in late October. She said she struggled with emotional boundaries with her dad, and when referencing the killing, told investigators she, quote, knew it needed to happen today. The murder happened last Tuesday on Election Day, according to the police report. Families in the neighborhood tell me they are struggling with the violence that happened so close to their homes. Several people I spoke to tell me Burke and her father lived together. They had been in the community for about a year. The neighbors I spoke to tell me they knew them from community events like block parties or asking Burke to pet sit. However, no one wanted to talk on camera. Many of the families in this community have very young children. The ones I spoke to told me they're trying to protect their kids from learning about the gruesome and unimaginable details of this case. Burke is charged with murder in the first degree. Her bail was set at $2 million. The prosecutor's office could not find any known previous criminal history. She's expected back in court later this month. Reporting in Seattle, I'm AJ Janival.
You're just like me right now. What do you mean Donald Trump has something to do with this? So let's go ahead and read what they wouldn't say. This is actually an article from MSN, believe it or not. Triggered by Donald Trump's victory, Seattle woman brutally unalives her father with an ice axe on election night. It says space rocket program manager brutally unalives her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following Donald Trump's victory. Cops said the 33-year-old Corey Burke was found clapping and smiling, covered in her father's blood, according to New York Post. That is not okay. But I don't know the extent of her mental health issues, or anything like that. They hadn't revealed that yet, too. So Burke reportedly considered the attack to be an act of liberation, according to charging documents. She has been accused of strangling, biting, and hackling her father. Okay, we know all that. In their 800,000 Seattle home. According to Burke's LinkedIn, she is a training program manager at Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' spacecraft company. She is married to a prominent transgender writer, Samantha Lee Allen, author of acclaimed book, Real Queer America, LGBT stories from red states, as well as an editor at them, a Code Nash transgender news publication. Burke told police that the murder was meant to, quote, help people change their attachment to their parents and, quote, had to happen today. So the had to happen today quote that I keep seeing from her is definitely how do I say, spilling the beans, right? This is the day that Donald Trump got elected, and your father, I don't know, nobody's saying anything in terms of her father's stance on anything. I don't have any transcript of their father being a known Trump supporter or nothing like that, but yeah, let's continue. But you her lifestyle and everything is kind of lining up with I'm just gonna call it like I see it, bro. Kind of lining up with the left wing agenda and all that. So feel how you want to feel. Let's see. The murder of Timothy Burke. Burke had been upset about the election. See, now we get to the meat of it all, right? Shout out to MSN actually doing some decent reporting, right? But my fault, y'all. That's neither here nor there. Burke had been upset about the election and knew Trump would beat Kamala Harris. An already agitated Burke reportedly snapped when her dad, Timothy Burke, refused to switch off the lights. This is the part they didn't add to it. Burke then went upstairs to bring an ice pickaxe, before tripping her father, biting and strangling him on the floor, then repeatedly hit him with the blunt and sharp ends of the tool. According to the cops, she then sat down beside her father, watched him die, before smashing all the windows of the house as an act of liberation. Wow. Burke told cops that her relationship with her dad had been strained and there was no strong, quote, boundaries, which has left her feeling hyper-focused and disorganized. She said it was Trump victory that overwhelmed her and pushed her to the breaking point. When cops initially arrived to the scene, Burke stepped out of the house with her hands raised and face covered in blood. However, she said she did not know where the blood came from or who broke the windows. Eventually, she described what happened and whispered to one of the officers, I unalived him. According to charging documents, she has been charged with first-degree murder and currently being held on that $2 million bond that we just read. So obviously, I know y'all like, yo, why would you just sit here and reread what we just heard in that video? The point of it was to give y'all all the added details like Trump victory, and she was agitated from that, and then how that the whole light situation triggered that, her coming outside and lying, saying that she didn't know what was going on, and now we know. So yeah, I think that, and then her being hyper focused and disorganized, with no strong boundaries, and Trump winning, I guess, put her to the breaking point. Like, yeah, all these are important details that weren't added. I don't know. I know for a fact it's 100% mental illness. But brains have absolutely been manipulated and broken by the programming and zombie indoctrination brought to them by the educational institutions, the legacy media, yes, mainstream media, and more. I wonder when we're going to start to see accountability being taken for the rhetoric and all of the spewing and divisiveness that has been put on by these mainstream networks. We're seeing the viewership go down more than 50% on a lot of these left-wing networks because people want the truth. You guys are creating all this divisiveness, creating all these sound bites, gaslit points, and idealistic, not even realistic notions about what you think could be or might happen, or, Trump is going to take away this and he's going to do that to you. I got people in my family literally convinced that, your daughter, how can you be a Trump supporter? Your daughter isn't going to have any rights and she's going to suffer because of you. And I'm sitting back going, no, she's not. And you people genuinely believe this. You guys have to realize that the left-wing media has a lot of explaining to do. I hope this new administration begins to seriously study what's going on in the brain, because something is clearly not right. And then for me, wait a minute. I do remember her saying that she was married to the transgender guy, but she's living at home with her father in an $800,000 house. The what? Really? And what the hell is a power lesbian? Oh man. Okay, let's read some of these comments, y'all. Liberalism is a
big thank you to President Donald Trump for being here tonight. Can I get a
The different definitions of masculinity in 2024
Right.
and what we saw at the Trump convention, which was, as you know, somebody, I forget exactly who said it, testosterone with Kid Rock and the ultimate fighting champion guy.
Yeah, that guy. So John Jones ended up knocking out his opponent last night and winning a championship belt that he ended up giving to Donald Trump. I want to take you through a few clips of this and highlights of this for you guys to check it out. So first we have Trump entering the arena.
And ladies and gentlemen, look who is now making his way to the world famous octagon, flanked by UFC CEO Dana White, 45, soon to be 47, President-elect Donald Trump.
I wish the people at home could hear the sound in this room. It's so loud in here. It is so loud.
So as you can see, he had lots of people with him. Of course, Elon Musk. I think Mike Johnson was there, a couple other people. But then, of course, he ends up speaking to Joe Rogan, who endorsed him for this election, which was unprecedented, which the left absolutely hates. And it's so crazy. This was held at Madison Square Garden. And I wonder if they're going to label this as a Nazi rally as well, because that's what they did since Trump had a rally there. So it must be that. But have you noticed that not too many people are talking about this Hitler thing anymore? They just seem to be handing things over to him. Biden's meeting with him at the White House, business as usual. It's almost like they just came up with this propaganda to try to win the election. So anyway, during the fight, of course, I want to show you this highlight of John Jones actually knocking out his opponent.
This round, he did round 1 and 2 combined. Big kick to the body by John.
Now, this next part is where it gets funny. It's because John decided to do Trump's dance and the crowd went crazy about it. It's now become like a whole meme on the internet. And then he thanked Trump in his speech.
He did the Trump dance. He did the Trump dance. Spinning back kick to the body, followed by the Trump dance.
But not only did he thank Trump, he ended up giving him his belt, coming down to the sidelines and speaking with Trump, giving him his belt. And it just became an iconic moment. So iconic that I have something special for you guys in my store. Check this out real quick, and then we'll get to the clip. As you guys know, I just launched my store and I have added some new products. So starting with, actually, I'll show you guys this one. This is, I created this. Yes, these are my designs from a picture from last night. This is Trump with the belt that John Jones gave him. You can actually see Elon Musk in there, Tulsi Gabbard, then Kid Rock is right there. And I just have the UFC font there that says champion. So that is new in the store. Let me show you the other ones. So this is John Jones knocking out his opponent with MAGA there. I really like this design as well. And this is the other one that I just added. So this is John and Trump, I guess shaking hands, coming together there on the sidelines. And you will not find this merch anywhere else, as well as my other merch, my best sellers, which is the Godfather of Trump. This is actually the Godfather 2, actually the Don Father, which I added the font there at the bottom. Then there's Trump Final Boss, Trap and Trump, which is the best seller, and then also the original Don Father without the words. There's more merch there. That I have. Can you hear us now? Truth really upsets most people. I also have women's merch, so it's not just men, but you guys can check this out at realmelanieking.com. The link will be below, realmelanieking.com. Get this limited edition UFC champion merch, as well as my other items. And yeah, let's get back to the video. Now, we know that the mainstream media and the left, they think that, masculinity equals misogyny, or it's just toxic, just being a man. And they don't understand why men weren't clamoring to vote for, Kamala Harris and what they tried to deem as the new masculinity in Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff. And they're wondering why they lost.
It has been noteworthy to see how they are learning about what to do and how to confront Donald Trump as the opponent to a woman, 2016 and now. Very different campaigns, very different female candidates. But they are doing so in trying to put forward male figures, Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan and the kind of players that came out at the RNC, or might want to listen to that, but also, in addition, understand that it's okay in 2024 to be a man comfortable in his own skin who supports a woman. And that's something that they really are trying to work on with male voters beyond the base.
Abby, we were talking about this earlier, the different definitions of masculinity in 2024,
Right.
And what we saw at the Trump convention, which was, as you know, somebody, I forget exactly who said it, testosterone with Kid Rock and the Ultimate Fighting Champion guy.
Yeah, that guy.
And Hulk Hogan.
Dana White.
Yeah.
And all,
Remember, Hulk Hogan actually ripped off his shirt and he had another shirt underneath, which I think is not exactly what the rip off the shirt thing is supposed to be. But in any case, I digress.
Yeah. So masculinity is on the rise.
That's what's wrong with the
I think it's a great thing for this country.
You want to see the Hulk
and
chest?
It is perplexing the talking heads in DC and all of the DNC. They want to know how they can win back these male voters. Well, that ship has sailed. You should have listened to men for the long time that they were telling you what they wanted and what they didn't want, and you just shut them out. And so now Donald Trump has galvanized these votes from all corners of the spectrum, of all races, and there's really no turning back. Guys, the foolishness continues.
After the election, the Democrats, as I stated before, they're broken into 1,000 pieces. So they're trying to gather up all the pieces and trying to restructure everything back again. But some of these Democrat shills, they are trying their best to have some sort of relevance, right? Case in point, tonight we're going to talk about Bari Sellers, another grown man who is sitting up here crying about Vice President Kamala Harris. She's never cried over him, not one day, but he's crying about her, right? And we talked about him, crying on the internet and being sassy and buck broken. That's kind of like the MO if you're going to be on the side and you are definitely a black man. But Bari Sellers was taking issue with Trump's cabinet. And I'm going to show you exactly what he said and give some sort of questioning to Bari Sellers and others who may agree, with him, on some things. And also, Bari Sellers, what's going to mess you up in your argument is this. Y'all are the party of immigration, POC, and everything else. So you're not the party of pro-black, standing on black, or anything like that. So let's keep that in mind as we get started. So let's go ahead on and look at what Bari had posted on X. All right, so Bari Sellers right here said, blacks for Trump. Don't worry. We just want y'all to know you're not qualified. Okay, so Trump, so far on Fox News, they showed this here. They say that's his cabinet picks as of right now. It's all the people that you see here on the screen. Well, Bari Sellers, when people actually went and voted for Trump, they wasn't voting to get on his cabinet. That's number one. I didn't really hear a lot of black people saying, ooh, I want to go work for Trump. I never heard that. But based on your argument, what you just said, y'all are the party of people of color. Y'all the party of minorities. But we're not prioritizing black, but we're saying minorities. Now, based on Democrats' logic and Democrats, how would they promote? Well, Trump is actually do have some people of color on his team already. Let's go look at them. Vivek Ramaswamy is Indian, just like Kamala Harris. So you should be happy that he got Vivek Ramaswamy because he's an Indian, just like your girl, Vice President Kamala Harris. Next, you have Tulsi Gabbard. She's a Samoan American, right? That's another person of color. There you go, Bari. What are you complaining about? The third one I see so far on the list, Stephen Chung. He's Asian. I don't know what part, but he's at least Asian that we know. That's another person of color, right? You can't sit up here talking about blacks for Trump, but then at the same time talking about people of color. So if you're going to stand on people of color, then Trump got some people of color on his team, right? Okay, cool. You mentioned he got all these white people or whatever. Well, let me go there. Black mayors, all these different people in when y'all get elected positions, y'all don't put black people on. Y'all always want to say, I got to be diverse. I got to be this, I got to be that. But Trump, anybody else white, they don't sit up here and be practicing all this diversity like y'all. You know what I'm saying? So what are y'all talking about? Democrats are not a pro-black party. But let's go ahead and talk about somebody else who should be standing on business for black people. Since you got this to talk about, let's go ahead and look at this picture right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is right here, as you can see, the Congressional Black Caucus. Look at all those people in the Congressional Black Caucus standing there. There goes Jasmine Crockett, sister girl Jasmine Crockett, from Texas. Shout out to her, fellow Texas native. Look your girl over here, Ilhan Omar, right? Now, Ilhan Omar says she's looking out for Somalis in Somalia. So why is she even in? At the moment she said that she couldn't even be in this, right? But fine, whatever. You got all these people in the Congressional Black Caucus that you see here. Let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen, as you look at this picture. All these people, how many of them have stood up for an anti-black hate crime bill? How many of them? Let me ask you another question. How many of them on this screen have you seen stomping and willing to protest and cause a ruckus on the House floor behind reparations in the form of cash payments? Have you ever seen that? That group right there that you see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen this group do anything collectively for Black Americans? This is all black people right here. Let me ask you another question. Has this group ever stood on business about ending qualified immunity for the police on unison? Have they ever said that if you do not vote on bills for black people, we're going to abstain from every vote in Congress? We're not voting for nothing until you start doing some bills for my community. Because I got to go back to my constituents and show Black Americans that we're actually doing something for them in this caucus. Have you ever seen that? This caucus right here advocates for more immigration than Black Americans. Mr. Horsford here who's supposed to be the leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, he's Caribbean. And he be advocating for immigration too, just as much as Ilhan Omar and all the rest of them, right? But I don't hear you advocating for Black Americans. So we got a whole caucus right here that never advocates for us, never at all. But y'all talking about Trump's cabinet. Let's go somewhere else real quick. This is the African American Mayors Association. Okay, I'm on the about section, right? And we have all kind of looking at Georgia, a popular state. You know, we got Andre Dickens right here. You know, he's the mayor, right? You got Lithonia, you got Mayor Shamika S. Reynolds. You know, Georgia got a lot of Black mayors. Look at all these Black mayors. Now, let me ask you a question about all these Black mayors that you see here, Michael Owens, and you go to a place like, let's say, like Illinois, of course, you're going to see Brandon Johnson right here. Has Brandon Johnson stood on business for Black Americans? Let's call it what it is. Have they done it? Y'all up here talking about blacks for Trump, and then I don't know them people, whoever they are. I've seen them. They look silly to me. But why don't we talk about all these Black mayors that we have that's not standing on business for Black Americans, not putting on Black Americans? Brandon Johnson is up here advocating for migrants and not advocating for Black Americans. He's one of the main ones, right? These are your Black mayors. Which one of them is standing on business for Black America? I want to know. Is it Mayor Sheila Charlams Curran, or is it a mayor? Okay, we just clicked her, right? Yeah, that the same woman twice. Okay, cool. What about Katrina Thompson? Is she standing on business? And I don't know that sister. I don't know her at all. I don't know. But you know, you go to New York, of course. You got Eric Adams. You know, he's a mayor of one of the largest cities in the nation, right? New York, and you know he's just recently coming out against the migrants. You know, you got all these Black mayors. Buffalo right here, Byron Brown. I'm pointing all that out to say this. You know, look, I come to my state, Texas, and then we can see we got you know, this Glen Heights, Texas, Sonia Brown, and look at, you know, hey, you got that sister, Rachel Proctor, DeSoto. We have Black mayors. In some states, you have no Black mayors at all. Now, the reason why I'm pointing all this out, I'm pointing all this out for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. It's for a reason. Just follow me. We have all this representation. And notice our condition has not changed at all. Our condition has not changed. All these wonderful Black mayors, all this Congressional Black Caucus, all these state reps that's in the states who are Black, and nothing changes for Black Americans. Bari Sellers, the last thing you should be talking about is Trump's cabinet, when all these people that I'm showing you are Democrats that have not stood on business. Let me tell you something. If all those Black people were doing excellent work for Black people, Democrats wouldn't be in trouble like they are right now. You wouldn't have had registered Democrats who are Black that voted for Trump. When people voted for Trump, what do they say? I voted for the economy, immigration, kitchen table issues like food prices, gas prices. They wasn't voting to see him put somebody on his cabinet. Nobody care about that. I don't care about it. The only cabinet I'm worrying about is my own cabinet, my kitchen cabinet, and my cabinet in my company. That's the only cabinet I'm worried about. I'm not worried about what Trump do in the White House. That's on him. He just need to do what he needs to do. But see, you childish Democrats, I want somebody that look like me. And then when the Democrats give you somebody that look like you, they give you a Ketanji Brown Jackson who can't even tell you who a woman is. That's who they give you. One of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life. You a whole woman and can't tell somebody what a woman is. I don't see how she got confirmed to the Supreme Court. I'm like, look, if you can't even tell somebody what a woman is, I can't trust you to be a Supreme Court justice. When you ask for representation, they give you Kamala Harris. They don't give you a real Black woman. Or if they do give you a real one, she got to have zaddy or something else going on with it. It can't be, you know, like she with a brother and then they got some kids or anything like that. It can't be that. I know the Democrats moves. That's what I'm trying to say. I know how they move. They pass over the real black women. They pass over black women that stand on business for black people. But Bari Sellers, the last thing you should be worried about is Trump's cabinet, and you should be worried about getting the Congressional Black Caucus to do something for black people. Why, Bari Sellers, I didn't hear you say one thing about Gavin Newsom and what he did about reparations. I didn't hear you at all, sir. You didn't say a word about what happened to black people in California. You said nothing, but you're going to open your mouth about Trump's cabinet? That, man, that's the last thing black folks are worried about is who's on Trump's cabinet. But then reparations in California, black people paying attention to that. That's the things I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. They sit up here and ignore things that are supposed to come for black people, like reparations, but they want you to get you stirred up on some racism and, oh, look, Trump racist. Look, he ain't putting no black people on there. Well, didn't he have Dr. Ben Carson last time? And he's not finished yet. So okay, if he don't put nobody black on it, I don't care. I'm not, like I say, once again, most black people don't care about that. But that's you Democrats. You what you want is a black face to manage white supremacy. That's what you want, because that's what we get. We don't get a black person that's going to say, you know what, I'm fighting for my community because, hey, listen, your congressional rep, they have no excuse not to do for you. Let me tell you why. If they live in a district, and let's say that district's 80% or more black, right? You are their constituents. They don't have to worry about you. Like some maybe in a blended district, so they got to think about what they're going to do for the white people, what they're going to do for the Hispanics, the Asians. They got to kind of think about everybody. And I get that, because everybody got to vote for you. But some of you congressional reps live in districts where it's like 80 plus 90% black. So you can go hard in the paint for reparations. You can go hard in the paint for anything for black people, because you're not worried about your seat, because your seat is fine. Because you got black people that's going to go vote for you. And you and they still don't do nothing for black people. They still don't do anything. So I don't care about Trump's cabinet. Black America don't care about that. What we care about is, hey, is Trump gonna do what he say he gonna do? Is he gonna fix that economy? Is he gonna start up these mass deportations? He gonna make these prices go down? Well, that's what we looking for. We don't worry about who's on his cabinet. Y'all, last time he put his cabinet together, he had a lot of white folks on that too. Why you didn't say nothing then? Y'all trying everything possible, Democrats, to try to stir up black people, because that's all thing you can do. Listen, black people is over the identity politics, because when y'all were doing identity politics, y'all did nothing for black people. See, if y'all would have, okay, you stirring up identity politics, cool, and actually did something for our people, then that's different. But if you did something for our people, Harris would be the president-elect, not Trump. So that is what y'all have to accept. Period. All this representation that black Americans have, and we still at the bottom. You know the migrants don't have the representation that we have? Do you know Asians don't have the representation that we have in this country? Do you know Hispanics don't have it? Arabs, East Indians, none of these other groups have the political representation that black Americans have in this country. And yet, those same black representation that you have help the Hispanics, the Asians, the Arabs, and all these other groups get above us. Brandon Johnson, Chicago, they sitting up here helping Venezuelans get houses. They sitting up there letting them have free rent. But what about black Americans? That's what I'm talking about. That's why a lot of black people say, man, forget these black politicians. We might well put somebody else in there. They ain't doing nothing for black people. Gone is the day that we're going to sit up here and let you stir up some stuff about some racism. That's over and done with. Because you go look at your job. Go look at the board in your job. They're probably not going to look like Trump's cabinet. They're going to be all white. Go look at the board at the local hospital that you're going to. Go look at any major store you're shopping at. Go look at the board. Then it's not going to be a bunch of black folks on there. Let's just keep it 100. Is that going to stop us from shopping, going to the hospital? Is that going to stop us from using services or whatever because we aren't dominating the board? Once again, I don't want to dominate nobody else's board. I don't feel good about myself seeing some black faces on there. What if them black faces are sellouts? I want my own board. Putting my own board together. My own company. That I can pick people. And let me tell you something about hiring. Hiring is intentional. That I can tell you. I have been through times where I had to bring people in. And I had to make choices based off of were they good or not. Sometimes I get it right. A lot of times I get it right. Sometimes I've gotten it wrong. And I'll say, okay, well, that didn't work out or whatever. But hiring is very intentional. And let's call it what it is. White folks gonna look out for white folks like they're supposed to. White people are supposed to put white people on. We supposed to be putting our people on. We supposed to be prioritizing black people. When I go to Asian businesses, I see a bunch of Asian people working. A lot of times it's family, whatever. You go to Hispanic businesses, a bunch of Hispanics working. East Indians, it be them working. Arabs, it's them working. They be in our communities and don't even hire us. That's how cold they are. But when we get businesses, you know, I'm not saying all of us, a lot of us put our people on, but some of us don't even do it. That's all I'm thinking that I'm saying. So Bakari, man, you can miss me with that, bro. And until the Congressional Black Caucus start doing for black people, until these black mayors start doing for black people, and I'm not talking about one or two, because you may say, well, this mayor is great. Maybe they are. But that's a minority. That's not the majority. Until we get the Democrats who are black to get on code and fight for black people, man, I can care less about what's on Trump's cabinet. And black American care less on their cabinet. Find something else to argue about, Bakari. Find something else. Because your usefulness is just, you're not useful to the Democrats no more.
The alarm was raised early in the morning because the Iron Dome interceptor missile tried to ward off an incoming UAV over the port city of Eilat on Monday, November 18. Videos circulated online, footage that clearly shows that Iron Dome, which is sophisticated according to Western experts, failed to do its job, turned around, and fell down back not far from its launch position in Eilat, southern Israel. However, a military source in the General Command of the Jordanian Armed Forces announced the fall of a flying object in the southern state, and no casualties were reported. It was a very dramatic event because one of the interceptors failed and fell to the ground on the coast of the port of Aqaba in Jordan. According to reports, the interceptor missile launched by Iron Dome towards the drone missed the drone belonging to the Iraqi Islamic Resistance. Meanwhile, the Iraqi Islamic Resistance has announced in a statement on the same day, and they claimed responsibility that they attacked an important target in the city of Eilat, in the southern occupied Palestinian territories. This was the 353rd operations by the Iraqi resistance since the start of the brutal war on Gaza. In the morning operation, with a squadron of one-way suicide drones, 3 vital targets in Eilat were targeted, due to the enemy's unsuccessful interception of air targets reaching the area.
That bright light piercing the night sky near Benjamin Netanyahu's residence in Caesarea was no ordinary spectacle. It was a flare, an ominous signal that many interpret as an expression of growing dissent against Israel's wartime leadership. The incident occurred amid a backdrop of unprecedented internal strife and discontent, with the Prime Minister's controversial policies and wartime strategy plunging the nation into deeper polarization. As the Israeli government grapples with its most significant military losses in Lebanon and struggles to quash the still resilient Palestinian resistance after more than a year of intense conflict, Netanyahu's leadership faces mounting challenges that could culminate in a coup. The incident, which has gripped national attention, comes as Netanyahu's refusal to negotiate a political prisoner swap and his handling of internal issues fuel dissatisfaction among various segments of Israeli society. The flare launch, described as a dangerous escalation by security agencies, has amplified fears of domestic instability. Despite the involvement of internal actors, rather than external adversaries like Hezbollah or Palestinian factions, the implications for Israel's democracy and security are profound. 3 individuals were arrested following the flare attack, and investigations by the Shin Bet and the Lahav 433 unit are underway. Netanyahu and his family were reportedly not at home during the incident, and no damage was reported. Nevertheless, the symbolic nature of the act and its timing underscore a growing sense of frustration and disillusionment with the government's approach to war, governance, and the judiciary. This act of defiance has deepened the rift between Netanyahu's coalition and the opposition. Figures across the political spectrum, from opposition leader Yair Lapid to National Unity Chairman Benny Gantz, have condemned the incident, emphasizing the need for accountability. However, this shared condemnation masks a deeper political divide, as accusations and counter-accusations over the roots of the crisis dominate public discourse. Justice Minister Yariv Levin, a key proponent of the controversial judicial overhaul plan, used the incident to revive his calls for systemic reforms. His assertion that the flare attack was part of a broader, violent coup against the elected government reflects the government's framing of dissent as a threat to Israel's democratic institutions. Levin's call for a renewed push to overhaul the judiciary, however, has reignited tensions, with opposition leaders warning against revisiting reforms that previously sparked mass protests and exacerbated divisions within Israeli society. The potential for a coup, whether through military defiance or political maneuvering, remains a sensitive subject. Israel's democratic institutions are under strain, as is the public's faith in their resilience. The opposition's denial of involvement in the flare incident and its call for a thorough investigation reflect an awareness of the volatile political climate. However, the opposition also recognizes an opportunity to channel public discontent into a broader campaign for change, potentially leveraging Netanyahu's waning support to push for new elections or reforms. The flare incident over Cesaria casts a stark light on the growing tensions in a democracy under siege, prompting deeper questions about the role of dissent in a fractured society. While Netanyahu's government frames acts of defiance as existential threats to national security, critics interpret these as symptoms of a leadership increasingly disconnected from its citizens. This framing of dissent as anarchy risks delegitimizing legitimate grievances, further entrenching divisions and alienating an already polarized populace. Against this backdrop, Netanyahu's administration finds itself at a critical juncture. The convergence of military setbacks, rising internal resistance, and widespread public disillusionment creates a volatile environment, poised to tip into greater unrest. The government's approach, whether it leans towards suppression, reform, or reconciliation, will profoundly influence Israel's political trajectory. For now, the symbolic flare serves as a vivid reminder of a nation grappling with the consequences of its leadership choices and the weight of unresolved societal fractures. In this climate of mounting tension, dissatisfaction with Netanyahu's extended tenure has reached a breaking point, fostering unprecedented unity among disenchanted factions. Key segments of Israeli society, including political elites, military leadership, and an increasingly disillusioned public, are coalescing around the idea of change. Frustrations with what is perceived as Netanyahu's authoritarian tendencies, coupled with ongoing domestic unrest and unrelenting military confrontations in Gaza and Lebanon, have led to whispers of a potential coup. Even within the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, and opposition parties, figures critical of the Prime Minister argue that his leadership now represents a liability to Israel's long-term stability. If such a coup were to materialize, the aftermath would likely reverberate both domestically and internationally. Netanyahu's removal could pave the way for a provisional government composed of moderate politicians and retired military leaders, aiming to restore stability and credibility. A halt to military operations in Gaza and Lebanon might emerge as one of the government's initial steps, framed as an opportunity to reset Israel's security and diplomatic stance. Neutral mediators, such as Egypt or Qatar, could broker ceasefire agreements with Hamas and Hezbollah. Such agreements might include the release of hostages by Palestinian factions as part of a broader negotiation framework, signaling a significant shift toward de-escalation and possibly a redefined approach to the region's entrenched conflicts. Domestically, such a scenario would undoubtedly ignite a fierce political debate. While many Israelis might welcome a pause in hostilities and a new direction, hardline factions could view the coup as a betrayal of national security interests. Protests, potentially escalating to violence, might erupt, further deepening the divides within Israeli society. Questions of legitimacy would linger as the international community weighs whether to support the new leadership or demand immediate elections. Regionally, Netanyahu's removal could be seen as a potential turning point. In Lebanon, Hezbollah might frame the change as a vindication of their resistance strategy, claiming that Israeli aggression has backfired. In Gaza, the cessation of airstrikes and a potential easing of the blockade might provide a glimmer of hope for Palestinian civilians, though long-term solutions would remain elusive. The Arab world might cautiously welcome a new Israeli leadership willing to engage in dialogue, but skepticism would persist about whether the change is substantive or cosmetic. Globally, Netanyahu's ouster could prompt a re-evaluation of foreign policies toward Israel. The United States, under increasing domestic pressure to reassess its unwavering support, might see an opportunity to push for renewed peace negotiations. European nations, which have grown increasingly vocal about human rights concerns in Gaza, could leverage the moment to advocate for broader reforms in Israel's policies toward Palestinians. Iran, however, might remain wary, interpreting the developments as a potential opportunity, but also a reminder of Israel's unpredictable political landscape. In a darker scenario, an assassination attempt on Netanyahu, whether successful or not, would unleash a far more chaotic sequence of events. Such an act could trigger immediate reprisals, with the potential for widespread violence and political purges. Hardliners might exploit the moment to consolidate power, framing the incident as a rallying cry for continued military aggression. Conversely, if moderates were to seize control in the aftermath, the region could enter an even more volatile period of uncertainty as opposing factions within Israel and beyond jostle for influence in a power vacuum. The broader question remains whether Netanyahu's political downfall would truly bring about peace in the Middle East. While his removal might signal a break from decades of aggressive policies, the underlying drivers of conflict, territorial disputes, deep-seated mistrust, and competing national narratives would not disappear overnight. For lasting peace to emerge, both Israeli and Palestinian leaders, along with regional actors, would need to commit to difficult compromises and a fundamental rethinking of their strategies. Without such shifts, any respite achieved in the wake of Netanyahu's removal might be temporary, leaving the region vulnerable to renewed cycles of violence. Ultimately, the consequences of a coup or assassination attempt against Netanyahu would hinge on the responses of those who step into the resulting leadership vacuum. While the possibility of transformative change exists, so too does the risk of further polarization, instability, and conflict.
Russian troops that they are facing down in Kursk. As of November 12th, they've said that they eliminated over 1,000. That's the story these days, over 1,000 Russian troops being killed in this region. And there's also stories of 11,000 troops from the DPRK joining Russia in this fight in Kursk, and a lot of talk about a looming offensive by Russia, which seeks to eliminate Ukraine's presence. What's going on here and on the battlefield? How does it reflect the overall situation on the battlefield?
Well, quite a bit actually. The Kursk incursion by Ukraine was, again, it was a political stunt. It was not done in a strategic context. They took thousands of their best men and their best equipment, and they overextended their logistics, which are already overstretched, into Russian territory where they had no prepared defensive positions. They have no fortifications there, and they're spread out in a very sparsely populated part of Russia. If you look at where they are in Kursk, there's really nothing there. There's one small city, and beyond that, they're occupying like hamlets or whatever it's called there. These just a collection of like maybe 3 or 4 houses on either side of the road. And this is what Ukraine is spending some of its best manpower and equipment trying to cling to. Now, depending on who you listen to, 40% or more of the territory Ukraine initially was operating in, they have been pushed out of it. So Russian forces, when convenient, when possible, they will push the Ukrainians out. But I don't think that they're in any rush to push the Ukrainians out altogether. As long as Ukraine is invested in Kursk, in this sparsely populated area of Russia, it's maybe politically unpleasant for Russia, but strategically, it is great for Russia because they are overstretching the Ukrainians even further. These are thousands of Ukrainian troops, and again, some of the best equipment they have, that if it's not tied up in Kursk, it's going to go back to the line of contact where Russian forces are overwhelming Ukrainian troops at this moment. And I remember at the very beginning, many people were pointing out that this is going to leave Ukraine's line of contact underdefended, and it's going to allow Russia's advances, which were already accelerating at the time, to accelerate even faster. That is exactly what has happened now. Regardless of who you listen to now, including Ukrainian and Western sources, they admit that this Kursk incursion has cost Ukraine along the actual line of contact from Zaporozhye through the Donbas region up to Kharkov. And so in that sense, it is impacting the strategic lay of this entire conflict because it is accelerating the collapse of Ukraine's forces. People have to remember this is a war of attrition. And so it matters how many troops and how much equipment you are losing versus the losses you're imposing on your enemy, plus your ability to regenerate that combat power. And you can see in every single way, this conflict is working in Russia's favor in that sense and against Ukraine. And before the election, and we have been talking about this, you and I, Danny, for a while, Ukraine is in irreversible decline. They are deteriorating. This proxy war is going to be lost unless the collective West intervenes directly, and not to fight and defeat the Russians, but to at least freeze the conflict and maintain a Western occupied buffer zone in whatever is left of Ukraine, kind of like what the US did in Syria. So this was already a process in the making. People campaigning on ending the conflict in Ukraine is already ending, and you know who was ending it? It was Russia. Russia is ending it. So what the US and its European proxies are doing now is they're trying to manage what is left of this proxy war. And when you think about the whole purpose of this was to overextend Russia. There are policy papers literally titled Extending Russia, talking about precipitating a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine, knowing that inevitably it's going to end in Ukraine collapsing, being destroyed, losing disproportionate numbers of soldiers and their economy being destroyed and just being left devastated as a nation state. But they have reached the maximum point of extending Russia to its fullest extent, where now they have to start winding it down because they have resources tied up there that they need for their other campaigns around the globe. And we have to always step back and look at the bigger picture. Ukraine is taking place within a much larger U.S. geopolitical objective, which is to maintain primacy over the entire globe. Ukraine is a means of controlling Europe and ultimately Russia, which spans Europe and across Asia, Eurasia. The U.S. is also committed to holding the Middle East, which is why we have this conflict with Israel, backed by the U.S., against Iran. It's almost an identical type of as a proxy war. And we have talked about many times before the tensions in the Asia-Pacific region, and the U.S. proxies a choice here. I'm based in Asia. The island province of Taiwan, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, Australia. I guess we can add Australia in. So we have to keep all of that in mind as we see this conflict in Ukraine unfolding, the trajectory that it is taking, and the decisions and the statements that the West is making regarding it. We have to keep it in mind in this wider context of Western hegemony worldwide.
One thing I've noticed in places like Business Insider, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, they say that there has been a gamble that Ukraine made and that a lot of the gains that they've made in Kursk are actually very elusive because of all the problems that it has caused Ukraine and lack of problems that we are seeing with Russia. But on the other hand, there are others of the Western mainstream media who are saying that Russia is losing 1,000 troops per day. I mean, even this DPRK story, Brian, is to send a message to readers and viewers that Russia is on the retreat, their military is in trouble. How do we make sense of this?
Well, I mean, just look at the entire conflict since February 2022. So there's always been a section of the Western media, Western officials, Western analysts that have been making this argument that Russia will be out of missiles next month. And they've been saying this for now almost 3 years. And so this is a mantra that they have repeated.
I started watching this guy at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war, Bari Sellers. Now, people give Scott Ritter and Conor McGregor a lot of, praise for them predicting Scott Ritter a lot of what's going to happen, but they haven't been more on point accurate than this guy right here, Bari Sellers. I done played a couple of his stuff on here, but I usually don't play too much because he's very technical and it can wear some people down. But I studied to bring it to y'all. And one thing that he taught me at the beginning of this war, and he was right, wars is about capacity and supplies. That's what wars is about. And he predicted at the beginning that they would never be able to defeat the Russians because the U.S. and NATO don't have the capacity or the supplies to defeat the Russians. They have to find material. Russia don't have to find materials to make their weapons. They have the resources inside their country. And that was very smart. Even, and one thing he also taught, you can't throw money at the problem. You can't say, I want to spend $1 trillion on this problem. It doesn't matter if you can't get the resources to make the weapons and you don't have the warehouse capacity to build them. And he won't point out that Russia makes more bombs and bullets and things that tanks and then NATO and shells the NATO put together.
And that was to convince people to continue supporting what is inevitably going to be a failed proxy war. But the point always was not to necessarily defeat Russia through Ukraine. It was to weaken and undermine Russia as part of a wider strategy of encircling and containing Russia. And then again, as I've mentioned, this extension of American primacy around the globe. So they're going to continue saying that because they want to try to keep it going as long as possible. They want to try to exhaust Russia to the fullest extent they can through this proxy war. And so they're never going to admit defeat. And as long as there's the possibility of keeping this going without a complete collapse, I think they're going to try. And I think the prospect of any sort of peace or any sort of admission of defeat in Ukraine is wholly unlikely. It's going to be like the situation in Syria. The U.S. lost their proxy war in Syria, but instead of admitting it and withdrawing, they've maintained a troop presence there in eastern Syria to spite everybody and to do everything in their power to prevent the reconstruction and the moving on of Syria. So they're going to do this with Ukraine almost certainly.
You know, when it comes to the conflict in Ukraine, Brian, there is the reality on the ground that we haven't been able to cover much here. Could you give an update on what's actually happening on the front line? Because now there's a lot of attention on Kursk. There's a lot of attention on, well, are there Koreans fighting alongside Russians? But there hasn't been a lot of attention as to what's been going on the front lines. Part of this is because, of course, the United States has been pretty bogged down in West Asia and the Middle East. But at the same time, and a lot of attention has been shifted there. But also, I'm wondering if there are some perhaps developments that don't warrant a lot of attention because they don't spell very many good things for NATO and the United States.
But exactly right, Danny. If you look at even a pro-Ukrainian live map, which updates Russian or Ukrainian gains or the loss of territory and events that take place day to day, you're going to see that along the entire line of contact, Russian forces are pushing forward. And there was a New York Times article very recently with a graph that showed gains, Western admitted Russian gains in Ukraine over what was previously Ukrainian territory. And you can see that it's exponentially increasing, week to week, month to month. And if you look at these maps, you will see Russian forces moving forward faster than they ever have at any point of this conflict, except perhaps the initial special military operation. When it was initiated, there was that deep push into Ukrainian territory by Russian forces. This is the quickest Russian forces have advanced since then. So that is significant. There were Western media reports about Pokrovsk, which is a city, a built-up urban area west of Donetsk city. Russian forces have approached and are on the outskirts of Pokrovsk. And if you look at the map, there's this huge salient stretching out to Pokrovsk. And now it's starting to wrap around Pokrovsk, and it's also taking over surrounding areas. And if you just because a lot of these maps have a timeline feature where you can put it back to where it was January 1st, 2024, and you could see how much progress Russia has made over the last year. It's remarkable. And this is something that if you had been following the Western media and their reports, this would come as a huge shock to you. But if you were listening to objective analysis of this conflict in Ukraine, this was always inevitable. This was going to happen. The war of attrition was going to grind down. Russia never needed a big arrow offensive because they could grind down Ukrainian forces. And once it reached critical mass and a point of no return, it would just begin deteriorating, and Russia would be able to make these gains. And they would be able to make them in a safe, incremental way rather than hemorrhaging manpower and equipment like Ukraine did during its failed offensive in 2023, and even its successful offensives in 2022 in Kharkov and Kherson.
Yeah, and Russia has gotten a lot of criticism, even up until this day, around how it has been engaging in this war, especially after the Kursk debacle. But I wanted you to comment more on this war of attrition, because now we are seeing the fruits, it seems like, of this decision. We are seeing that this conflict is not going anywhere. Now there's fear of whether Donald Trump is going to just end this conflict. And I think I don't necessarily hold out much hope in the US political system in resolving this. I also see how developments on the ground may be pointing to the need now to actually acknowledge the defeat rather than simply just being defeated. What do you have to say about this?
Well, the factor of attrition plays into not only the conflict in Ukraine, but U.S. designs for primacy worldwide. People have to remember there is only one single foreign policy objective. Everything else stems from in Washington since the end of the Cold War and obviously before the Cold War, but all throughout the Cold War and ever since the Cold War. regardless of who is president, regardless of who is in Congress, and that is to eliminate all peer and near-peer competitors, to maintain control over this U.S.-led international order. So in order to do that, the U.S. needs to have huge military and economic power. If you are in a war of attrition and you have exhausted your stockpiles of weapons and ammunition in Ukraine, when you still have wars you need to fight in the Middle East, the Asia Pacific region, to impose and maintain or expand your primacy, that is a huge problem. So looking at the conflict in Ukraine, people have to remember what the U.S. is expending in Ukraine is different than the types of weapons and ammunition they will need, say, in the Middle East or in Asia Pacific against China. But there are some systems that are needed for all three. There's some kind of fireworks display going off in the background. I don't know if you can hear that, but
a little.
So
but it's okay.
yeah, so wasting any more resources in Ukraine is going to cost the U.S. in the Middle East and in the Asia Pacific region. So this isn't an election and a president coming in changing the direction of U.S. foreign policy because they realized the Ukraine conflict was a mistake. It's because they are reorganizing their priorities. They have reached the full extent of which they can extend Russia and Ukraine, and now it's time to move on to the Middle East or West Asia and the Asia Pacific region. So one thing that this conflict in Ukraine has exposed is the limits of not just U.S., but the collective West's military industrial capacity. We've seen them basically run out of artillery shells, and now they're stuck. They're limited to supplying Ukraine with what they can produce monthly. They're doing the same thing with pretty much every other system that they provide Ukraine: anti-tank missiles, anti-air missile systems, whether it's man-portable systems like the Stinger or Patriot or NASAMS. They are out of everything. They are stuck supplying Ukraine from monthly production, which is not significant and will take years to expand to any point that comes even close to what Ukraine would actually require. And again, this is just one conflict of many the U.S. has to fight and maintain and win to achieve this primacy that they are pursuing and have been pursuing for decades. So keep that in mind when President-elect Donald Trump was campaigning and he was talking about ending the war in Ukraine. We've already been talking about how this conflict was coming to an end anyway. And so he's wrapping it up, not because he's an anti-war candidate, but because it needs to be wrapped up anyway. And they need to pivot to the Middle East and to Asia Pacific. And it's because of this element of attrition. The U.S. realizes if they initiate war with Iran or they initiate war with China and shock and awe and a quick collapse is not achieved, and it becomes a conflict of attrition, they will lose. They will lose. And so this is what is guiding a lot of what we see in terms of foreign policy. And again, regardless of which candidate, which political party we're listening to.
I think oftentimes in U.S. politics, there's a lot of ideological considerations. The material reality in the conflict in Ukraine meant that whether it was going to be Trump or some other force that arose in the establishment, they were going to have to contend with the Ukraine conflict. And it just so happens it has been Donald Trump rhetorically talking about it. But at the same time, I think the most important factor here, Brian, and maybe you can elaborate on this, is that Russia is winning the conflict and that everything that's going on just speaks to this reality. And it's a matter of, well, when is it going to actually lead to a major change in how the United States and its NATO vassals determine how they're going to make that shift that you're talking about?
It's important to remember that there is continuity of agenda with U.S. foreign policy, no matter who is president. A lot of people say this proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, this is Biden's war, but it isn't. I mean, he's obviously invested in it. He's presided over it. He in no shape, form, or way has ever opposed it. But this has been in the making for decades. If you go all the way back to Bush Jr.'s administration, let's just start at the beginning of the 21st century. There were already attempts by the U.S. through the National Endowment for Democracy and adjacent organizations to overthrow the government of Ukraine, to install a client regime into power, militarize it, and turn it against Russia. It failed in 2004. They succeeded in 2003 in Georgia. They militarized Georgia, and in 2008, according to the EU's own investigation, provoked war with Russia, and they lost. It was a mini version, a preview of what the U.S. would then do in Ukraine successfully in 2014 under the Obama administration. They would successfully overthrow Ukraine, and then they immediately began militarizing Ukraine. It was during the Trump administration that all of this continued uninterrupted, but with the addition of the U.S. finally supplying weapons to Ukraine. This was almost certainly the red line that was crossed. That convinced Russia that the special military operation was necessary, that it was unavoidable. Now, the thing is, when you decide something like the special military operation is necessary, an unprecedented, large-scale military operation into neighboring Ukraine, you don't do it overnight. It would take time to organize, prepare, and launch. And it was just a coincidence that it unfolded during the Biden administration. They often say, if Trump was president, it never would have happened. It most certainly would have happened. And it will continue during the Trump administration unless the U.S. itself divests fully from it. So understanding that, and then seeing where this conflict is today, and then we can understand when we see Trump saying he's going to divest from Ukraine. And we hear the Western media say Trump's going to cut off Ukraine. But if you're actually paying attention to the headlines over this last whole year, maybe longer, and we have been talking about this, Danny, you and I, on our respective channels during our conversations together, the U.S. is already cutting Ukraine off because they physically don't have anything else to give Ukraine. So how can Trump cut something off that already has long since been exhausted? It's all rhetoric. It's all rhetoric to sell us to the American people, so at least half of the population is going to get behind this or that part of the agenda. So that is what we're seeing. And I can't blame people for wanting to hope that things will change, but they're not. They aren't. So this is continuity of agenda. Trump played his role equally during his first term in office, and he will do so again this term. He's already all but guaranteed that he will.
With tensions rising in the Taiwan Strait, China has been conducting multiple military drills in the contested waters.
From a military that had faced significant hardships in the past to a navy that is currently the largest in the world, a nation is dead set to counter the global military giants and prove its worth while also protecting its interests in the meanwhile. China, dubbed as the aircraft carrier powerhouse, now has the answer to building and simultaneously destroying enemy aircraft carriers. Today's episode will uncover how China has managed to bolster its naval capabilities to a level so high it can easily counter the US Navy. China's military strategy has taken on a bold and assertive character, showing its will to protect regional interests and project strength against potential rivals. A key aspect of this strategy involves challenging US naval dominance in the Pacific, particularly in the context of Taiwan. This island, regarded by China as an inseparable part of its territory, remains a flashpoint that could ignite a huge military conflict. The possibility of China sinking US aircraft carriers, an idea put forth in 2019 by Admiral Liu Yuan, shows the nation's willingness to confront formidable challenges head-on. This strategy rests on the belief that inflicting severe casualties on the US Navy would create such shock that it would stop further American involvement. But would this gamble pay off? Or could it trigger catastrophic consequences? The waters near China and Taiwan would undoubtedly serve as the main point in such a conflict. This proximity offers China the home advantage, enabling the use of advanced anti-access area denial A2AD systems that have been painstakingly developed over the past decade. These A2AD measures, including an array of sophisticated missile systems like the DF-26, dubbed the Carrier Killer, are designed to prevent U.S. aircraft carriers from approaching critical conflict zones. By keeping these powerful symbols of American naval might at bay, China aims to secure an upper hand long enough to achieve its objectives, such as reclaiming Taiwan. One may ask, what would happen if China truly went through with this bold plan and managed to sink the U.S. carriers? The loss would be staggering, both in terms of technological and financial damage. The sinking of these titans, each representing thousands of sailors and billions of dollars, would be a blow unlike any seen in modern military history. Images of such a catastrophic event would send shockwaves around the world, showing China's military prowess and potentially shaking global confidence in America's naval power. The psychological impact alone would run far beyond the battlefield, potentially shifting alliances and altering the global balance of power. Could this, in turn, spur countries in the global south to reconsider their allegiance to the US and pivot toward China, aligning with its vision of a multipolar world where a BRICS-centered currency challenges the dominance of the US dollar? The thought is not too far off. China's leaders, confident in their A2AD capabilities, appear to calculate that the US would hesitate to risk its carriers in such a heavily defended zone. After all, the US Navy's aircraft carriers are not just ships. They are the signature of American military reach and prestige. Losing one would be catastrophic. Losing two, unthinkable. Beijing's strategic planners likely believe that faced with this prospect, the US would opt for caution, relying on smaller, less vulnerable assets such as destroyers and submarines. While these vessels pose their own series of threats, China's military is confident in its ability to counter them effectively. The question is, would American leadership really step back in the face of such a provocation? Or would the United States be forced into an unprecedented response, possibly even considering nuclear options? It is here that the stakes of such a fight escalate to a higher level. The world would be watching as the United States weighed its choices, each full of consequences. On one hand, there is the option of a measured response, acknowledging the devastating loss but avoiding further escalation. On the other, there lies the path of retaliatory might, potentially involving long-range missile strikes or even nuclear force to remind its rivals that the US can do it a second time. The thought that a conflict over Taiwan could spiral into a larger nuclear exchange is not far-fetched when one considers the pressure on American leaders to respond to the crippling loss of two carriers. Would China, in its drive for dominance, be willing to face such a perilous response? Let's find out. Beijing's military posture is driven by a belief in its own strength and a good idea about American reluctance to engage in high-risk conflict. This confidence is fueled by years of investment in advanced military technology and strategic defense measures. The A2AD network is a clear signal to China's ingenuity and commitment to protect its interests. So China will do what it does best: stay silent, observe, and develop a response to everything. Now let's observe how China focuses on defense. China's journey in aircraft carrier development started with the Liaoning, Type 01, its first carrier. This ship was originally a Soviet vessel bought from Ukraine in 1998. China worked on it and turned it into the Liaoning, making it operational by 2019. This step showed that China could take an old design and make it useful for its own military goals. But the Liaoning was only the beginning. The next big step was the Shandong, Type 02. China's first fully home-built carrier. Using what they learned from the Liaoning, Chinese engineers made improvements and launched the Shandong, which also became operational in 2019. Both the Liaoning and Shandong use a launch system called Stobar, which includes a ski jump ramp. While effective, this method limits the types of aircraft that can be used due to the high thrust needed to take off. Of course, the Dragon didn't pull brakes. The Fujian Type 003 is its most advanced carrier yet, designed and built entirely in China. Unlike its predecessors, the Fujian uses a Katobar system, which allows more types of aircraft to take off without the limits of a ski jump ramp. This system, a state-of-the-art technology, showing that China is not only catching up, but aiming to surpass global standards. The Fujian is currently undergoing sea trials and is expected to become operational soon, with experts predicting it could be ready in 2024. So basically, from starting off slow to building new aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered submarines, drone carriers, and technology that some can only dream of achieving, the Dragon is ready to face its rivals in battle head-on through sheer determination. Whether the conflict escalates into something much disastrous, China has shown it can counter anything and anyone. With much about how China has managed to bolster its naval capabilities to a level so high, it can easily counter the US Navy covered, it is time to wrap this one up. If you have any topics in mind, comment below and we will cover them for you. As always, subscribe to never miss out.
Coffee. Follow me.